Don't let mosquitoes ruin your day. Fight the bite by removing standing water on your property. Standing water of any kind is a breeding ground for mosquitoes. Do your part and help reduce the mosquito population. Visit hcfl.gov/fightthebite.
Good evening. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners Comprehensive Plan Amendment public hearing. The Board of County Commissioners will consider the transmittal and adoption of text and map amendments to the comprehensive plan this evening. The board will also consider a small-scale future land use amendment with a related rezoning. For the items being considered for transmittal to the state and other agencies for review, please note that the board will hold a second public hearing to consider the adoption of the amendments. Before we begin the comprehensive plan amendment public hearing, action is required on a request to remand application RZ 24-1040. This time, I would request that a motion to remand application RZ 24-1040 to the March 24th, 2025 zoning hearing master hearing at 6 p.m. If we can have a motion.
Move to remand.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Cohen, second Commissioner Bowles. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, now before I have the Planning Commission introduce the first item, board members, as of 5:45, we had 55 individuals sign up to speak for public comment, and I know more has signed up since then. Consistent with how we've handled large crowds in the past, I would suggest that we move each person to be given 2 minutes, if that's the pleasure of the board.
I'll make a motion for that.
A motion for each speaker to be given 2 minutes by Commissioner Bowles, second Commissioner Myers. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0. Commissioner Wolstill voted no.
All right. The Planning Commission, please introduce the first item.
Excuse me, sorry, that was 6-1. Commissioner Wolstill voted no.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. For items A1 and A2, since they are related, though they will be voted on separately, we'll have the presentation go together, and Ms. Alexis Myers will be doing the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Alexis Myers, Planning Commission staff. I'm here to present HC CPA 2407, located at 5711 Bishop Road, for the urban service area expansion. This is a privately initiated text amendment that, to expand the urban service area on 575 acres. It is associated with the map amendment HC CPA 2319, which I will present right after. This is an aerial of the site for the text amendment. The subject site is located, is outlined in yellow, and the blue line indicates the existing urban service area boundary. The site is located east of Westlake Drive, south of Bishop Road, and west of County Road 579. Current adopted policy direction in the future land use element is to direct new growth into the urban service area. At least 80% of the population growth will occur in the horizon of the plan. Development in the urban service area is typically 4 dwelling units per gross acre or higher and has an urban infrastructure such as water and sewer. The comprehensive plan update identified the need to expand the urban service area to accommodate future population growth. The site is within the Waimama Village Residential 2 future land use category, which allows 2 dwelling units per gross acre, which is higher than typical rural densities. Development in the Waimama Village Residential 2 future land use category must meet certain requirements such as connecting to water and sewer and community benefits. As far as impacts, this amendment would bring 575 acres into the urban service area, requiring at a minimum connection to public water and sewer. Planning Commission staff received no objections for this amendment. We did receive comments from the following agencies: the Environmental Protection Commission, the Conservation and Environmental Land Management, Community and Infrastructure Planning, and the Water Resources Department. The proposed amendment is consistent with the following objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommends that the proposed text amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Now I will present the accompanying map amendment, HCCPA 2319, located at 5711 Bishop Road. This is a privately initiated map amendment that is large in scale and a little over 408 acres. Currently, the future land use designation is Waimama Village Residential 2, and the applicant is requesting to change the future land use designation to Residential 4. Here's the general location map. The amendment is in the rural service area. This amendment is within the limits of the Wamama Village and South Shore Area-Wide Systems community plans. It is located east of Highway 301 and Westlake Drive, west of County Road 579, and south of Bishop Road and State Road 674. Here's the area of the site. The site is outlined in pink, and the blue line indicates the urban service area boundary. The site currently has agricultural and vacant land. The site also has wetlands, significant wildlife, and is in the FEMA flood zone AE. There are single-family uses and agricultural to the west, northwest, and southwest. There are public, quasi-public institution uses and agricultural to the east, northeast, and southeast. Okay, now we have a few photos. This is looking towards the subject site. From Bishop Road is out of frame to the left. Here's looking east of the subject site from Bishop Road. This is looking east as well towards a stormwater pond from Bishop Road. And this is looking northeast towards the subject site from Bishop Road. Currently, the future land use designation of the site is Wamama Village Residential 2. Other future land use designations shown in this map include natural preservation to the east and south, and Residential 4 and Residential 6, which are just within the urban service area to the north. The applicant, again, is proposing to change the future land use designation to Residential 4. Next are the impacts. Overall, the proposed amendment will result in the increase in density and introduce suburban scale commercial and residential uses to a predominantly agricultural area while also eliminating community benefits. Next are the agency comments. The proposed amendment received no objections from the Environmental Protection Commission, Conservation and Environmental Lands Management, Community and Infrastructure Planning, and the Water Resources Department. The next two slides are regarding the consistency review. The proposed request is consistent with the following objectives and policies of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan. The proposed amendment is also consistent with the goals and strategies of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems and Wamama Village community plans of the livable communities elements of the comprehensive plan. On-site impacts are the responsibility of the proposed development. Off-site impacts are the responsibility of the county and funded through mobility fees, general revenue, etc. In addition, each development will be required to pay impact fees and mobility fees to address off-site impacts. The Florida Department of Commerce reviewed the amendment and had a technical comment regarding supporting the amendment with data and analysis related to public facilities such as water supply, potable water, and sanitary sewer that may result from this amendment. The Planning Commission have addressed that the amendment application includes data analysis provided by the applicant reviewed by the county. The county, through the agency review comments, did not find a deficiency in relation to public utilities, but does address the concern through the possible need for on-site improvement to support the development. Concurrency and impact fees for water and sewer to address individual project demands and plans and facilities needs to meet projected demand coordinated through the 10-year water supply plan, which was last updated in January of 2022. Planning Commission recommends that the proposed map amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Plan. And this concludes my presentation for both HC CPA 2407 and HC CPA 2319. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Commissioners, good evening. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. I believe we've checked every box we can on this one. You've seen it 3 or 4 times now. The only difference from last time is the state's approved it now. Happy to answer any questions you may have and very respectfully ask for your approval.
Great, thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. I believe one person has signed up, Josephine Amato, virtually. Is Josephine on the phone?
Yes, sir, I'm on the line.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I will start. I am a community member. I live in this neighborhood. This is my community. I know this community very well. I also fully participated in the future land use of planning with Hillsborough, and I am very involved in our local schools and our local planning and our student safe path to school. The roadway that this is going to be on is a failing roadway. It does not have proper drainage ditches. We had a collapsed bridge about 3 years ago. It took several months before it was repaired. Even though they are proposing a sidewalk, it's a sidewalk to nowhere. Our students are still left walking in barely on the grass. There is a reason why it's zoned the way it's zoned. It should be zoned exactly how it is. It should not be increased in density. We do not need the housing. The market has slowed down. This is 100% rural land. My children, there's horse trails there. They ride their horses through there. We have the horse trails on that specific road. The PD is the PD, and is consistent with the South Shore plan. To change it and increase the density when the schools are over capacity, the road is not going to be fixed, and the road is failing as it is, and it's dangerous, then this is a danger to our community that's already facing congested roadways, which increases crashes, overcrowded schools, which decreases student outcomes. There's a reason why it's zoned the way it's zoned. They can build the development, but exactly how it's zoned. That area, even though there's a planned community
Thank you,
right
Ms.
there,
Amato.
we have always been on
Thank you,
the
ma'am.
line.
Appreciate your
Thank you.
comments. I have not received an updated list. Did anyone else sign up for A1? I don't believe so. Okay, the applicant, do you have an opportunity for rebuttal?
Commissioners, William Malloy again. I would just say that we do have a substantial amount of infrastructure for these projects already in place. I believe the utilities are already run. The transportation program's already been approved by your staff for the existing PDs. I'm sure that's only going to get more robust through the next PD rezoning. So I would trust that all these very specific issues are addressed at the PD level, not at the comp plan.
All right, thank you. All right, this time, I don't see anyone in the queue. Can we have a motion on an ordinance to adopt HC CPA 24-07?
Move for approval.
Motion, Commissioner Myers. Second, Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Wostel.
I just want to see, Mr. Chair, I've talked about this before. You signaled supportive of it in the past. And since it's an expansion of the urban service area, I want to know what reach we have, Mr. Gormley, if my colleagues are interested in ensuring that all of these mobility impact fees are designated to this expansion area, since it is new infrastructure and impacts into the community, and not to these 30 square mile mobility maps that we currently have in place. So is that something that we can accomplish, and do I have to do it tonight? And is anybody else interested?
Mr. Gormley, you want to address that?
Yes, sir. Yes, Commissioner, the mobility fees, the board has the ability to direct where the mobility fees from these projects be spent, and can direct that they are spent in the vicinity of the project. I would suggest that the plan development may be an appropriate time to do that. We did take the board's guidance about pursuing mobility fee agreements with developers in these expansion areas so that those mobility fees could perhaps be spent up front and provide infrastructure up front. We have engaged with those discussions with another applicant already, so there is an opportunity. I would suggest at the plan development zoning, because at that point we may have more information about whether there's an improvement that would be built with the project with the mobility fees.
Okay, I just think that that's something that we should be doing by default. And if I need to bring a special item during land use to accomplish that as a way of thinking, if we can get agreement on it, I think that that's proper planning for the future. So if we don't need to do it tonight, then that's fine.
Okay, Commissioner Bowles.
Mr. Gormley, what does vicinity mean?
Well, I think
Because that could be,
yes,
30 miles or 5
yes.
miles or.
What we're certainly if it's a matter of spending the mobility fees, the county spending the mobility fees, we can come with if we do not have a proposed mobility fee agreement and improvements in the area, that's something that you can can be directed. It's a good point. Vicinity is not a defined term, but we can provide guidance on that. What area may benefit from these? And I think in general it is where would the traffic coming to and from these projects be? What roads would they be using?
And I think maybe to my colleague here to the right, he was kind of getting the whole rob Peter to pay Paul thing. Is that where we have been doing for years? Where keep those in the area that we're developing in, and that we, whether it's held in trust or some kind of reserve fund, or I don't know how you could parse it up. I mean, you can't do that with every PD that comes. There'd be probably 1,000 different trusts if you know what I'm talking about. So anyway, thank you.
Commissioner Cameron Cepeda.
Yes, so with the 408 acres, we're changing this from Res 2, Residential 2, to Residential 4, which is doubling the amount of homes. And I just think with the traffic issues and everything else, I just can't support this to double that amount.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Myers, second Commissioner Cohen, Commissioner Bowles.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, isn't this the same area that the last meeting we voted to, and these were the two that were withdrawn?
Yes, these are the two that continued. You approved expansion and future land use map changes to the property just to the north of this and just to the south of this.
So we all voted for that, and then, so this would be, okay, just want to make sure.
All right, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda voted no.
All right, we have a vote on the ordinance to adopt HC CPA 23-19.
Move for approval.
Motion Commissioner Myers,
Second.
Commissioner Cohen. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda voted no.
Next item.
The next item we have on the agenda, item A3, will be presented by Mr. Wally Gillard.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Wally Glart with Planning Commission staff, and I will be presenting on HCCPA 2425-1911 Rebecca Road. So the nature of this request is privately initiated. It is a small-scale amendment. The size of the subject site is approximately 2.14 acres, and the applicant is proposing a change from Residential 1 to Residential 2. The subject site is located within the rural area and is located in northern Hillsborough County and within the limits of the Lutz Community Plan. The subject site is north of Rebecca Road and to the east of Simmons Road. The subject site is presently vacant and contains significant wetlands. The surrounding area can be characterized by rural, residential development and large lot subdivisions and environmental features. To the north and west is a single-family home on a larger lot. Immediately to the east are wetlands and natural areas, and to the south, there's a residential subdivision. This is a picture looking towards the subject site. This is a picture taken from the subject site looking west on Rebecca Road. And the subject site is behind the photographer. This is a picture from the subject site that looks east, and the subject site is to the left. And finally, this is a picture looking south of the subject site on the West Lake Drive, and the subject site is behind the photographer. The current adopted future land use category is Residential 1, and the subject site is surrounded by additional Residential 1 future land use categories to the north, east, and west, and directly south there are Residential 2 future land use categories. The applicant is seeking a proposed change to future land use category of the subject site from Residential 1 to Residential 2. The subject site is currently on the Residential 1 future land use designation, which allows for a maximum consideration of up to 1 dwelling unit per acre. Currently, since the subject site has an acreage of 2.14, it allows for a maximum consideration of up to 2 dwelling units. Under the proposed change, the Residential 2 future land use designation would allow for a maximum consideration of up to 2 dwelling units per acre. The maximum consideration would increase from 2 dwelling units per gross acre to 4 dwelling units per gross acre on the 2.14 acres. Therefore, the proposed amendment will result in an increase in density within the rural area, and the maximum residential development potentials do not account for the application of the environmentally sensitive land credits, which are outlined in the Flu Policy 13.3. All agencies that review the proposed comprehensive map amendment had no objections. The Environmental Protection Commission provided informational comments regarding significant wetlands on the site, and various departments from Hillsborough County provided informational comments that were taken into consideration when conducting our staff analysis. The proposed request is inconsistent with the following policies and objectives of the comprehensive plan, with FLU Objectives 4 and Policy 4.1, and the Livable Communities element of the Lutz Community Plan. Therefore, Planning Commission recommends that the proposed map amendment be found inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Wright. Address is 18431 Cypress Bay Parkway, and I'm presenting on CPA 2425, which was requesting a change in the future land use from Res 1 to Res 2. Wally accurately described where the property is located. I just want to add that the property does consist of about 25,555 square feet of uplands and 66,745 square feet of wetlands. This is the wetland delineation that was approved by. This is the wetland delineation that was approved by EPC on January 13th of this year. The first page is stamped, but this one is not. It shows the wetland in gray and then the upland area in white. EPC has also issued a miscellaneous activities and wetlands permit to construct a driveway across the ditch that runs along the north side of Rebecca Road. And our environmental consultant, Roseanne Camilli, will speak to the unlikelihood of EPC approval of any additional wetland impacts. I want to address the crux of the opposition by the Planning Commission and a small number of citizens who are opposed to the request. And that is the potential density that could result if the application is approved. The Hillsborough County Comp Plan wetland density credit will apply to this property and would allow for the consideration of up to 4 residential units per acre under the comp plan. That is a consideration of up to 4 units and does not definitively state development of 4 units would be approved on the property. It will be impossible for the property to develop more than 1 unit under the Land Development Code. First, LDC Section 6.01.01 requires a 1 acre minimum lot area for ASC 1 zone properties and imposes a 20% restriction on the amount of the wetland area that can be utilized for the density calculation. When we calculate the density based on the area of the uplands and the wetlands, this would be the wetland credit under the comp plan.
Down.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
The first item would be the amount of acreage for wetland density under the comp plan. And then the amount of that acreage multiplied by 20% would be what's allowed under the Land Development Code. And we come up with just 0.99 acres in total that could be counted towards density. So this application will still require a PD zoning process to come before this board for approval of any density on this property. LDC Section 6.01.06 requires a minimum lot size of 1/2 acre of uplands for a septic system. The subject property.
Thank you, sir. Did you have another speaker? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Andy, applicant or the petitioner. My name is Alex Lopez. I work for Murphy Cancer Center as a research pathologist. I bought 1911 Rebecca Road land back in 2023. And the description of the property by the website, Zillow, was not really reliable. We never were told that actually the land was unbuildable. So we proceeded with inspections and surveys, showing that everything was fine for building purposes. A pre-construction loan was approved, paying interest only for 2 years, and we closed on May 2023. At the end of May 2023, all the permits were denied. And that was when we realized that the land or the lot was not buildable. We contacted the Planning Commission staff, and the CPA application was submitted by Mr. Wright. Newly outdated surveys, soil tests, civil engineering, and environmental studies will be presented here today for your evaluation. I would like to thank you, neighbors who support the request, and for the neighbors who have concerns. I would like to say that the property will have reliable drainage system with no impact on the community water resources, and the new property layout will not cause an impact on the wetland. Chairs and commissioners, my intention is to build our primary family residence home. We respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. I know we had 2 individuals that signed up online. They're David Stedgy. Is David
Commissioner, David did not call it.
Okay, how about Dan Romansberg?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please proceed,
Dan
sir.
Romsberg is here.
Okay.
Yes, good evening, members of the board. For the record, my name is Dan Romsberg, 1816 Rebecca Road, Lutz, Florida, 33548. I am president of the Lake Branch Special Dependent Taxing District, representing 84 households on Lake Branch. Your planning staff has already found this application inconsistent with the long-term comprehensive plan, and we would kindly ask the commissioners to deny this application based on their findings as well as our comments during the Planning Commission hearing. Also, in the event a representative from the Cambridge subdivision is not available, I have been asked to represent their community of 36 households, again, asking for a board to deny this request. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you, sir. And I believe one more person had signed up this evening. Was anyone else wanted to speak to this item? If not, applicant, you have got a rebuttal.
Have our wetland consultant and civil engineer make a brief statement. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening. Roseanne Clementi, Clementi Environmental Consulting, 620 East Twig Street, Suite 206, Tampa, Florida, 33602. I want to assure you I've been permitting wetland impacts for 46 years. We will not get another wetland. We won't get any wetland impacts on this property other than the proposed house that the applicant is requesting to build. Reasonable use is 1 home. And besides that, you need a ½ an acre for the septic tank. We've had discussions from people that adding another septic tank in this basin would damage Lake Brandt. 1 more septic tank in the area of 151, at minimum 151 septic tanks that are there is 0.06% increase. Number 2, any seepage from the septic tank will have to go through the soil and then into the wetland that's on the property, and that wetland will provide what we call water quality beneficiation before it even reaches Lake Brandt. The property has the benefit of this cypress swamp to help treat stormwater runoff or sheet flow from the property and to help absorb the nutrients from the lot.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Fuchsen, Fuchsen Engineering, 15018, Marine Cove Lane, Odessa, Florida. I'm here to talk about 2 issues that have come up that the surrounding residents have brought up. One of them is that the change is inconsistent with LDC 3.06, which refers to flood damage control. I have done a preliminary grading plan for the home, and it will comply with the LDC. The other one is that the upland area, which is the westernmost part of the site, provides a relief valve into the wetlands. I don't quite know what they're talking about. The property drains eastward through the Cambridge subdivision. There's a bunch of wetlands through Cambridge, which eventually discharges into Lake Brandt. So the drainage flow is eastward. It is not westward, which is where the uplands are. There is a swale in the front yard of this property because there's not a substantial swale along Rebecca Road. So the water will divert away from the right-of-way, flow across the front yard and into the wetland. When the house is built, that swale will be replaced with a storm drain inside the Rebecca right-of-way and then on into the wetland. And during heavy storms like Hurricane Milton, the swale had about 4 or 5 inches of water. It was about a 10 or 15-foot width of flow of water. We have photos to that effect. And there's really very little water coming from the north and the west into this property.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Wilstrom.
Thank you. This situation reminds me of the one in Keystone where there was a piece of property and technically it met the 1 homes per 5 acre, but because of some other nuanced wetlands issue and ELAP issues on the property, it made it to where the property was no longer usable and they no longer had reasonable use of their property. We came in and talked to the community and we ended up supporting that doctor. And if you recall, his daughter also came as a speaker. I know we hear a lot of them, but it stuck out to me as a reminder of what we're here to do as commissioners, which is to not be puppeteers and kings of people's lands. It's to apply fair and equal treatment of the laws that we have in place in Hillsborough County to allow for people to utilize their private property, which is constitutionally protected, which is a very dear protection. So I am going to move for approval of this item.
I got a motion by Commissioner Wilstrom on ordinance for adoption of CPA 2425, second by Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Cohen?
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm going to support your motion. And I just want to point out, if we deny this, it means 0 houses on the property. If we approve it, it means 1. So without this, there's no reasonable use of this property at all.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Please record your vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, next item.
Thank you. Our next item is item A4, and that will be presented by Mr. Tyreek Royal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tyreek Royal, Planning Commission staff, and today I'll be presenting HC CPA 2427 at 12410 Thonotosassa Road. This request is privately initiated, small-scale map amendment with approximately 39.3 acres. The request is to change the land use designation of the parcel from AR15 to Res 1. The location of the subject site is in the northeastern portion of the unincorporated Hillsborough County. It is located in the rural area and within the limits of the Thonotosassa Community Plan. This is an aerial photo of the site outlined here in pink. It is located to the north of Thonotosassa Road, south of Stone Lake Ranch Boulevard, west of McIntosh Road, and east of Campbell Oak Drive. Surrounding uses include agriculture to the north, west, and east, with single-family uses directly to the south and southeast. Directly to the south are mobile home park uses. Here's a shot looking east from Thonotosassa Road, with the site being out of frame to the left. Here we are looking onto the property from Thonotosassa Road. And now we're looking at the subject site. This is looking west from Thonotosassa Road, with the site being out of frame to the right. And here's another photo looking west from Thonotosassa Road, with the site being out of frame to the right. The site is in AR15 future land use category. It allows for consideration of farms, ranches, feedlots, residential uses, rural scale neighborhood commercial offices, industrial uses related to agricultural and mining related activities. Commercial uses are subject to locational criteria. The parcel to the west of the subject site is currently designated residential 1. Surrounding land use designation include agricultural rural 1-5 to the north and residential 1 to the east and south. The applicant is requesting to change the future land use category from AR15 to residential 1. The residential 1 category is intended for rural scale densities and intensities, and multi-purpose projects must meet locational criteria. Agricultural rural 1-5 allows for consideration of the same uses as residential 1. However, industrial uses are removed and the floor area ratio lessens the allowable area from 40,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet, or 0.25 FAR, whatever is less intense. Currently, under the AR15 designation, the site can be considered for up to 7 dwelling units and approximately 427,000 square feet of non-residential uses. The change to Res 1 would allow for the consideration of up to 39 dwelling units and the same square feet of non-residential uses. Commercial uses are capped at 30,000 square feet, and the proposed amendment will increase the potential residential density. Strawberry Crest High School has been identified to be at overcapacity at this time. This is an analysis adequate for facilities only, is not determination of school concurrency. The school concurrency review will be issued prior to preliminary plat or site plan approval. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the proposed application and found it to be consistent based on the goals, objectives, and policies of the Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, including Policy 4.1 relating to the rural area residential character, Policy 7.1 regarding permissible location and various land uses, and Policy 8.1 regarding the character of new development being compatible with the surrounding area. The proposal also meets the intent of FLU Policies 16.2, 16.3, and 1610 relating to the protection, preservation, and enhancement of neighborhoods and communities. The proposal also meets the intent of Goals 12 and Objective 12-1 the Community Design Component, along with Goals 1 and 2 of the Thonotosassa Community Plan relating to compatibility within the area. The item was sent out for agency reviews and received no objections. With that, Planning Commission recommends that the proposed map amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Conservation Plan. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The applicant here.
Good afternoon. Ann Pollock with Trenum Law. I represent the applicant. We are here today with a request to go to Res 1 for this property on Thonotosassa Road. It's in the rural service area and the Thonotosassa Community Plan area. It is going for 39 acres with 1 unit per acre, which is what Res 1 would allow. We do have a simultaneous rezoning application. This is the one that you continued at the beginning of the hearing. The county, when they placed the legal ad, they used the wrong address, and so unfortunately we have to go back and do our CHM hearing all over again. I wanted to just point out that we are consistent with the comprehensive plan. We're consistent with the rural area policies, neighborhood policies, and the Thonotosassa Community Plan. This shows a little bit about what's around the property. You can see there's Res 1 in khaki to the west, south, and east. To the north is Stone Lake Ranch, which, although it's in green, which is AR, when it was approved in 2003, it was allowed to use the flex provision. So it's developed for about 160 homes at 1.5 to 2 acres. Looking a little closer at Thonotosassa Road, you can see that the green and red are lots that are smaller than 2 acres, and the red are lots that are smaller than 1.5 acres, clearly showing the compatibility with what we're proposing to bring in here. I know you have a lot to do tonight. We are consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is compatible with the character of the development in the area. The Planning Commission unanimously approved this. We have no objections from any agencies. Transportation feels that there's adequate capacity to accommodate the density. While the school board said that the high school is full, the adjacent high school is not full. Utilities will be well and septic, so we won't have the county doing any of that. We did have a neighborhood meeting that we initiated, and since then we've been in touch with the neighbors and have no opposition from anybody, including the Stone Lake Homeowners Association. And like I said, we do have a rezoning in progress with full support, including from the ZHM, and we will be back with that in May. We felt that given the support, we could come forward today with just the comprehensive plan amendment. But with that, I would respectfully request your support. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. This public hearing, one person had signed up virtually, last name Abdus.
She is with the applicant.
So with the applicant, okay. So no one else has signed up for A4. What's the pleasure of the board? Give a motion.
Move for approval. Second.
Got a motion for approval of the ordinance for adoption of CPA 24-27 by Commissioner Cohen, second Commissioner Wilstel. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item we have up will be presented by Ms. Alexis Myers.
Good evening, Commissioners. Alexis Myers, Planning Commission staff. I'm here to present HCCPA 2428, located at 18116 Boyett Road. This is a privately initiated map amendment that is small in scale and approximately 24.93 acres. The applicant is requesting to amend the future land use category from residential 2 to residential 4. Here's the general location map. The site is in the urban service area and located within the limits of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan. Here's the aerial of the site. The site is outlined in pink, and the blue line indicates the urban service area boundary. The subject site is west of Boyett Road and south of Dorman Road. Agriculture is currently on the site and is also further east past Boyett Road. There are single-family uses to the east, west, and north. And the subject site has wetlands, significant wildlife habitat, and is in the FEMA flood zone A. Here we have some photos of the site. This is looking onto Boyett Road and Channing Park from the subject site. Here's looking at the subject site from Boyett Road towards Channing Park Road. Here's looking northeast from Boyett Road to the subject site. And this is looking at the subject site from Boyett Road. Currently, the future land use designation of the site is residential 2. Other future land use categories shown in this map include residential plan 2, which is just within the urban service area as well, and residential 1 and agricultural rural 105, which are in the rural area. The applicant again is requesting to change the future land use category to residential 4. During staff review, staff identified significant concerns with the increase of density and intensity with the surrounding future land use categories. In order to have a gradual transition between land uses, Planning Commission staff explained to the applicant our concerns and recommended to remove the southeastern portion of the land that extends to and abuts Boyett Road, which equates to 2.33 acres, and have that area remain as residential 2. The applicant agreed to remove the portion and have that area remain as Res 2 to provide a gradual transition from the AR 15 and Res 1 future land use categories to the east. Next are the impacts. As far as existing conditions, currently under Res 2, the site could consider up to 49 dwelling units or 87,120 square feet of non-residential uses. Under the proposed future land use designation of Res 4, the site could consider up to 90 dwelling units or 174,240 square feet of non-residential uses. The proposed amendment will result in the increase of density and intensity. 22.6 acres is proposed for the Res 4 category, while the remaining 2.33 acres would remain as Res 2. At this time, adequate capacity exists at Fishhawk Creek Elementary and Barrington Middle Schools for the residential impact of the proposed amendment. Although Newsom High School is projected to be over capacity given existing approved development and the proposed amendment, state law requires the school district to consider whether capacity exists in adjacent concurrency service areas. This is an analysis for adequate facilities only, and it's not a determination of school concurrency. A school concurrency review will be issued prior to the preliminary plat or site plan approval. Now are the consistency slides. The proposed request is consistent with the following objectives and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. By removing the southeastern portion that extends to and abuts Boyett Road, the request is consistent with Policy 1.4 and Objective 7 and Policy 8.1 of the future land use element. The removal would improve compatibility and provide for a more appropriate transition to the rural area to the east. The removal of the 500-foot portion of the southeastern end is what is making this amendment compatible with the area and consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies outlined in the comprehensive plan. Future land use element objective 16 requires new development, infill, and development to be compatible with the surrounding area in character, lot size, and density. Goal 12 and objective 12-1 of the community design component in the future land use element requires new developments to recognize the existing community and be designed to and relate to and be compatible with the predominant character of the surrounding area. By removing the 500 feet from the two bottom parcels and keeping that area designated as Res 2, it would provide for a gradual transition between different land uses along with being a buffer to the properties. The proposal is also consistent with Goals 1 and Goal 2 of the South Shore Area-Wide System Community Plans. With the removal of the 500-foot portion of the eastern end of the subject site, which equates to 2.33 acres, Planning Commission recommends that the proposed map amendment consisting of the remaining 22.6 acres from residential 2 to residential 4 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. And this concludes my presentation for HT CPA 2428. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Michael Brooks, Brooks, Rocha, Colby, and Rice, 400 North Tampa, Suite 1910 here in downtown. Ms. Myers did an excellent job on that presentation. There's really not much I can add to that CPA other than to reiterate that we are agreeable to removing the southeastern 500 feet. And I want to point out that in the next presentation, which is the PD to this, we are not seeking actually the maximum density. And so I can kind of explain the consistency and the relationship to the surrounding uses at that time. But with that, I have no more comments on the CPA.
All right, thank you. I believe one person had signed up virtually to speak. Josephine Amato, did you want to speak to this item?
Yes, sir. I'd like to speak on this item. So this piece of the land that's agricultural is an agricultural community. This roadway, even though the PD goes to the left, it's because that is the urban service area line where the planned community, South Shore community, is meeting the rural area land. And in every single future land use meeting that I have attended, in every single community meeting, every single community member wanted our density and our land use to remain as is, especially our agricultural land. And so there, in speaking of our landowners' constitutional rights, all the surrounding landowners have purchased property expecting this property to remain at the land use that it is currently designated. And to have density significantly increase is really against what the constituency purchased their land for and is living with. And I want to correct, that area land is not zoned for Barrington Middle School. It's mainly zoned for Randall Middle School. 100% of our high schools are at overcapacity. 100% of our middle schools are overcapacity. The Barrington having any capacity is inaccurate. 100% of our elementary schools are overcapacity. Fishhawk Creek just got a couple of more seats because we just finished rezoning. We don't have any future schools opening that can take an increase of capacity of just the houses that were approved today. All the new schools opening are opening at full capacity. So we have an F-rated road that's crumbling. We have overcapacity schools. And again, the developer can build based on what it is currently zoned for. We're saying to maintain what it is zoned for and not to increase its density because it will change the community.
Thank you, Ms. Amato.
There is a culture out here.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. This time, applicant has opportunity for rebuttal. Mr. Brooks, do you want to add anything?
3 points that I would make. agricultural zoning. A portion of this site is zoned AR. But I will go into, in my presentation, more detail. We are inside the USA here in this site. And so the AR designation, 1 per 5 units per acre, is not a consistent zoning designation for the urban service area. Second point, we'll elaborate a little bit more on this, but Boyett Road in your backup is identified as operating at a level of service B. So it is not failing, at least in the traditional concurrency sense. And I don't really have any comment with regard to the high school. We're relying on the school board to tell us which school this property falls into. And so I think Ms. Myers was doing the same. So with that, we think that the proposal, the PD that I'll be presenting to you is very consistent with the surrounding properties.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to hold off on voting until after we hear the companion rezoning. So with that, the clerk, you need to swear in anyone that's going to speak to this item.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you may be seated.
Thank you.
Staff need to introduce anything?
Yes, Commissioners, again, the next item as part of this concurrent hearing is rezoning PD 24-0707. This is a request to rezone a 24.93 acre parcel on the west side of Boyett Road between Dorman Road to the north and Rounding Road to the south. The request is rezoned from PD and AR to a planned development for 66 single-family homes with a minimum lot size of 6,600 square feet. I will note that the applicant is in response to, as they mentioned in the first item, reducing the area covered by the proposed Res 4 plan category. They have submitted a RISE plan, which we'll place in the record, which recalibrated the density based on that change. They've also, as part of this, as modifying the proposed rear yard setbacks and added a 10-foot buffer along the southern boundary. The applicant will speak to those as part of their presentation, but staff did find this request compatible with the surrounding development pattern based on the proposed CPA amending this to Res 4. Planning Commission found it consistent, and the hearing officer recommended approval, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks?
Thank you, sir. Do we have our slide up? Sorry.
Do you want to go on that one?
Yeah, start on that one. And just use this, right? I will be brief in the presentation, respectful of time and the evening, but very quickly, I'm here on behalf of GLH Enterprises, which is a affiliate of Henderson Family Offices. Dr. Henderson could not be here this evening. Of course, we are Land Use Council. Michael Yates from Palm Traffic is here this evening. Todd Amidon is our engineer, and Abby Naylor is environmental. As I mentioned a moment ago, portion of the property is zoned agricultural, and there's a PD that was approved on the southern portion of the site, and I'll have a slide that'll show you what that looks like. As a general overview, and I think Ms. Myers touched on this, the site is approximately 25 acres. We're south of, on the west side of Boyett Road, inside the urban service area, south of Lithia Pine Crest, approximately 500 feet north of Channing Park Road. The future land use categories, you can see the dark blue line is the urban service area. On this graphic, you can see Fishhawk up in the northern corner, top corner. Channing Park is immediately to the west of us. Those are a combination of residential 2 and residential plan 2 categories. Very similar to some of the RP2 that outside of the urban service area that you're actually changing to Res 4. As we're going to demonstrate, the Res 4 designation will allow for development of this property at a scale and a density that is consistent with the surrounding land uses. The Planning Commission has recommended approval, as Mr. Grady mentioned, of CPA 2428. This is a sub-regional context. You can see Fishhawk bisecting. On the left side of that graphic is the TICO easement. To the northeast of that is the Fishhawk project. Channing Park is on the southeast side of that TICO easement. The zoning conditions for Channing Park are very similar. In fact, smaller lots, minimum lot sizes than what we are proposing in this application. The immediate context is, and this kind of gets to the crux of what the adjacencies are. You can see the Channing Park subdivision immediately to the north. There's stormwater ponds and buffering from those lots, and then similar sized lots immediately to the west with a buffer that runs in between the properties that was part of the Channing Park design. This is an excerpt of, I'd mentioned earlier that there's an existing PD on the southern portion of the property. It was approved in 2020. That was for 20 single-family residences on 13 acres. A very similar design as I'm going to go through on the next slide, with an access point on Boyett, an internal loop road, stormwater ponds being used as buffers to the west, and in particular stub outs here that contemplated future expansion and aggregation of sites around it. This is the plan of, this is again another excerpt of the current plan, which is for 62 single-family units, far less than the maximum number that was in Ms. Meyer's report. Same type of design, a primary access point on Boyett Road, internal loop road with the lots accessed off of those, minimum development standards of minimum 60-foot lots by 110, which is slightly larger than the surrounding minimum sizes. Stormwater pond is still being used along the western boundary as a buffer. There are no waivers and variances being requested, and no wetland impacts. On this slide, I pulled out, I think there's 9 or 10 sentences within the Development Services report and the Planning Commission report that address the fact that this request is similar to what's around it. It's compatible. It's complementary. I'm not going to read all these, of course, but point is these are the findings that were the basis of the recommendations that Mr. Grady just mentioned. I'm going to go ahead and talk about this rather than bring Mr. Yates up. I mentioned earlier the one primary access point, level of service B for Boyett Road. That is from your county transportation staff. The location is, we are not moving that access connection from what was approved in 2020. There also is a stub out for future cross-access connection towards the North Road that could be connected as a second point to Boyett Road if those properties are developed in the future. There is a design exception for that has been found approvable for Boyett Road, and the crux of that is it will take the design section that exists at Channing Park Drive and extend it to the northern property line, so continuing that segment of roadway, sidewalks, and you can see an image there. I don't need to tell you, it'll be widening the roadway as well. So with that, you have all recommendations of approval, consistency findings, and we'd ask for approval of both the CPA and the PD zoning this evening.
All right, any proponent testimony? Any opponent testimony? Planning Commission?
Alexis Myers, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located in the residential 2 future land use category. The proposed plan development is running concurrently with HCCPA 2428, which proposes to amend the future land use designation to residential 4. Based upon the applicant requesting the rezoning run concurrently with the plan amendment, as such, Planning Commission staff reviewed the requested plan development under the proposed future land use category of residential 4. It is located within the urban service area and is located within the limits of the South Shore Area Wide Systems Community Plan. The proposed plan development meets the intent of future land use element policy 1.4 on compatibility and objective 16 on neighborhood protection, as it would allow for a development pattern that is compatible and comparable with the surrounding development pattern along Boyett Road. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff find the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the proposed conditions by the Development Services Department.
Thank you. Zoning Hearing Master.
Zoning Hearing Master considered the request to rezone 24.93 acres from agricultural, rural, and planned development zoning district to a planned development for the purpose of developing up to 62 single-family detached dwelling units. A comprehensive plan amendment is pending to change the future land use category to residential 4, which permits up to 4 dwelling units per acre. No plan development variations or waivers are being requested. As you've heard, Planning Commission staff supports the request and found the rezoning consistent with the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan and the Comprehensive Plan. The Zoning Hearing Master concluded that the rezoning to plan development for the development of 62 single-family dwelling units is consistent with the existing residential development pattern and the Land Development Code, as well as the Comprehensive Plan. The Hearing Master therefore recommended approval.
All right, thank you. This time, can we have a motion for CPA 24-28?
Move for approval.
Motion, Commissioner Williston, second Commissioner Myers. Please record your vote on CPA 24-28.
Motion carries 7-0.
And can we have a motion for the RZ 24-0707?
So moved.
Motion,
Second.
Commissioner Cohen, second Commissioner Williston. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
At this time, we'll go to the transmittal items.
Thank you, sir. For item C1, I will be the presenter. Thank you, Jay. Jay's going to be my clicker to the next slide person. Thank you. I'll go ahead and get started. Good evening, everyone. Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. I'm here tonight to present to you HCCPA 23-15, which is the plan amendment addressing energy industrial park secondary uses. Thank you. Next slide, if you will. Thank you, sir. This is a privately initiated text amendment that applies to one geographical area of the county. Specifically, this is 3,000 acres of land that's on the south side of State Road 60. The applicant is requesting to modify existing language under the energy industrial park section of the future land use element that pertains to this particular area. Next slide, please. This request was originally part of the April 2024 cycle of plan amendments. It is now in the October cycle. The site is located in the urban service area, and it is not located within the limits of a community plan. The site is bordered generally by State Road 60 to the north, Dover Road to the west, Turkey Creek Road to the east, and Durant Road to the south. Next slide, please. The Energy Industrial Park Future Land Use category is a unique category in that it applies to a select geographical area of unincorporated Hillsborough County. The category, along with the text that supports the category's vision and contains the requirements for the energy industrial park, was created through a privately initiated text amendment in 2010. The policies were written based upon the topography of the site, as well as the available energy producing technology at the time. In 2022, there was also a privately initiated text amendment that modified the language to allow for one energy producing output rather than the two that was originally approved, so long as that output was doubled to achieve the vision of the energy industrial park. This amendment was approved and is in effect today. Next slide, please. This is one of two energy industrial park privately initiated amendments that are in the October cycle of plan amendments. HCCPA 2406 is a separate amendment than this item. It's scheduled to be heard next after this item. Both 2315 and 2406 affect the same site, but each request has different applicants and property owners. Both amendments affect the entire property due to the changes in text for the Energy Industrial Park Future Land Use category. The same Planning Commission planner, me, is reviewing both items, and we've also been working in close collaboration with the reviewing agencies for each amendment. Next slide, please. Regarding the impacts, the current language states that all industrial, office, and commercial uses are limited to 700 acres in the northwest portion of the site along State Road 60. Commercial uses are not permitted along State Road 60 east of Turkey Creek, and by that I mean the creek itself, not Turkey Creek Road, which is located further eastward. The proposed language would remove the words northwest and replace with north. It would also delete along State Road 60 in the 700 acres language that I referred to before. It would also allow for retail and commercial uses east of Turkey Creek by replacing the language beyond 1/2 mile of Turkey Creek. This is a change from the briefing presentation that I had originally given, and I have a graphic on the next slide for illustrative purposes to show that change. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the entire Energy Industrial Park site on the left. In the briefing presentation, I had showed a similar slide explaining the applicant was requesting to utilize the folio as the new eastern boundary of where commercial can be used, where it can be located. The currently adopted language is that commercial may not be located east of Turkey Creek, again, the creek, not the road. And based upon those comments made by the planning commissioners and other public testimony at that time during the briefing period, the applicant had then revised the proposed language to include a distance rather than a folio. That's outlined in red on both graphics to the left and to the right. The idea behind this is that the distance is a hard number that provides some predictability and some transparency, while a folio can increase or decrease in size. The graphic on the right shows the current boundary of the creek with the blue line and also the 1/2 mile distance that the applicant is now proposing. Next slide, please. This amendment was transmitted for agency review. While there were no objections, there were some agency comments of note. The Environmental Protection Commission mentioned that the Sydney Mine Sludge Pond Superfund site is located on the property and that any proposed use or alterations within and perhaps adjacent to the ponds must be approved through the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, or DEP. The Hillsborough County Office of Emergency Management mentioned that this amendment aligns well with the current goal of the local mitigation strategy. Development Services noted that the zoning would need to be amended to accommodate the proposed changes if approved. Next slide, please. And then Hillsborough County Environmental Services mentioned that a declaration of restrictive covenant for the Sydney Mine Superfund site is in place to restrict certain uses on the site, and that conditions of that restrictive covenant reduce or eliminate the risk of exposure of the groundwater contaminant. First, we have Future Land Use Element Policy 1.4, which relates to compatibility. The proposed changes would still concentrate the most intensive development along the State Road 60 corridor, which is consistent with the compatibility policies within the comp plan. The neighborhood protection policies that modify Objective 16, notably keeping the most intensive development along the major roadway is consistent with policy direction in Policy 16.5, which calls for developments of higher intensity that are located adjacent to established neighborhoods to be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations that are external to those neighborhoods. Energy Industrial Park Goal and Policy 59.11, the addition of the language of beyond 1/2 mile in Policy 59.11 number 8 would clearly specify a limit to those intensive uses traveling eastward through the site. This would limit commercial and industrial uses along State Road 60 to the area that is west of that 1/2 mile limit that I pointed out in the previous slide. And the newly proposed modification would increase that area by 1/2 mile traveling eastward. That modification provides more flexibility as far as future development is concerned, while also being sensitive to the adjacent residential uses both to the east and to the west. Next slide, please. That brings us to the recommendation, which is that the Planning Commission recommends that the proposed comprehensive plan text amendment HC CPA 23-15 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could interject before the testimony starts, just thorough summary of the application, but I've got confirmation that the counsel for the applicant is on their way here. They're currently engaged, they're not in the room right now and are not able to speak and make this presentation today. They are coming. I'd like to suggest that the order of these two applications be switched so that C2 would be heard before C1, and that will give the applicant's counsel time to come into the room and be present for the presentation of item C1.
Okay, and then we don't have to hear Ms. Leinhardt's presentation again, do we?
No, I think that's on the record,
Okay.
and the applicant's counsel is very familiar with that.
Okay. All right, so do we need a motion to that effect?
Yes, sir, please.
All right, do we have a motion to hear
Motion.
C2 before
Second.
C1? Okay, motion Commissioner Bowles, second Commissioner Myers. Please record your vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, thank you.
Are we ready for C2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will try not to take that personally, sir.
I thought I was doing you a favor.
You were, most certainly. Again, for the record, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. I'm here tonight to present to you HCCPA 24-06, which is the Energy Industrial Park for Residential Uses Plan Amendment. Thank you, Jay. Next slide, please. Again, this is a privately initiated text amendment that applies to one geographical area of the county. It would affect text under Objectives 58 and 59 of the Future Land Use element, which is the section that covers the Energy Industrial Park Future Land Use category. I also wanted to mention that the same portion of the newly adopted and effective Future Land Use section covering the Energy Industrial Park area is now under Objective 4.16. So we're sort of straddling, even though the new Future Land Use section is effective, this was reviewed under the old plan, so we have corresponding objectives there. Specifically, again, this is a 3,000 acre piece of land south of State Road 60. And one of the proposed changes affects a 476 acre area to the south of the railroad tracks, but the other proposed changes would affect the entire Energy Industrial Park as it is a text amendment. Next slide, please. This request was originally part of the January 2024 cycle of plan amendments and has been continued by the applicant to the October cycle. The site is located in the urban service area. It is not part of a community plan. And again, the site is bordered generally by State Road 60 to the north, Dover Road to the west, Turkey Creek Road to the east, and Durant Road to the south. And also, I wanted to point out there's a TICO easement, I don't know if you can point that out, Jay, that runs through the property, sort of along Turkey Creek going south to Durant. And then the other cutout you see in the map is the TICO easement that runs from, I'm sorry, not TICO. The other one is the railroad tracks that bifurcate the property that's closer to Dover Road and kind of runs to the southeast. Next slide, please. The Energy Industrial Park Future Land Use category, along with the text that supports it, was created through a privately initiated text amendment from 2010. The policies were written based on the topography of the site at the time, as well as the available energy producing technology at the time. Next slide, please. As I mentioned in my previous presentation, this is a separate amendment from HCCPA 23-15. Both of those amendments, 2315 and 2406, affect the same site, but each request has different applicants and owners. And again, both of the amendments affect the entire property because it is a text amendment. Next slide, please. Regarding the impacts, the current adopted language does not allow for any residential uses beyond the uses that are allowed for security and lodging housing. There's also language that requires the renewable energy is required first, and there's no co-location language in the currently adopted language. There's also a requirement that a minimum of 40% of the total land in the Energy Industrial Park must be utilized for energy producing uses. There is also no floor area ratio, or FAR, specified for security or lodging housing. Also, with the current language, other EIPs may potentially be considered countywide. Lastly, open space requirements do not specify whether agricultural uses are permitted or not. Next slide, please. So that brings us to the proposed language. That would change the name of the future land use category to Energy Innovation Park. It would remove the word ancillary as a descriptor for commercial and office uses. It would allow for the consideration of residential at up to 3 dwelling units per gross acre in the 475 acre area to the south of the railroad tracks, with 1,200 units being specified as the maximum number allowed. It would also add language that would allow renewable energy construction at the same time as the other uses. It would also specifically allow rooftop solar or other forms of co-located energy production, for instance, solar panels on top of a building. Next slide, please. The proposed language would also modify the required percentage for renewable energy from 40% of the site's gross acreage to 20%. It would add a 0.50 floor area ratio limit to the security and lodging housing. Again, currently the adopted language has no limit. It would delete the language allowing for consideration of other energy industrial parks in other parts of the county. And it would also add language allowing agricultural uses in the required open spaces. Next slide, please. This slide shows a more detailed view of the entire energy industrial park site. That crosshatch area to the south side of the railroad tracks is the 476 acres that I mentioned before. This is where the applicant is seeking to place the residential development. The other changes that I mentioned would affect the entire site. Next slide, please. This amendment was transmitted for agency review. Again, while there are no objections, there were some comments of note. The Environmental Protection Commission with Hillsborough County noted that this is the Sidney Mine Sledge Pond Superfund site on the northern portion of the Energy Industrial Park area, and any proposed use or alterations within and perhaps adjacent to the ponds must be approved through the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And they also mentioned that wetlands and other surface waters were not yet delineated. The Hillsborough County Office of Emergency Management mentioned that this amendment aligns well with their current goal of the local mitigation strategy. And Development Services noted that the zoning would need to be amended to accommodate the proposed changes if this were to be approved. Next slide, please. The Hillsborough County Environmental Services Division mentioned that there's a declaration of restrictive covenant for the Sidney Mine Superfund site to restrict certain uses on the property, and that those conditions reduce or eliminate the risk of exposure of the groundwater contaminants to the users of the property, that the applicant must submit a floodplain map that is consistent with FEMA's 100-year floodplain map and the surface water resource protection map. And they also mentioned that there's a groundwater assessment process for additional parameters that has been discussed with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection as well as the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in July of 2024, and that field work is starting as early as early 2025, and that will inform if revisions are needed to that covenant. Next slide, please. The Hillsborough County Community and Infrastructure Planning Department mentioned that Dover Road is a 2-lane undivided roadway with a daily maximum service volume of 16,815 vehicles. Based on the 2020 Hillsborough County Level of Service Report, currently 7,400 existing trips utilize Dover Road daily. So the maximum potential residential development of the project is estimated to generate 9,926 daily trips. That would result in a potential trip generation, the potential trip generation plus the existing traffic would force Dover Road over its level of service standard of D by approximately 511 vehicles per day. Excuse me. Next slide, please. It's important to note that there have been a number of concerns raised about the environmental impacts to introducing residential development on the Energy Industrial Park site, given the presence of the Sidney Mine Superfund site. This slide shows the proposed residential in relation to the Superfund area. Per a report provided by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, in 2011, a restrictive covenant was filed with Hillsborough County. The restrictive covenant applies to 4 designated areas that cover 3 parcels. The area of institutional control is 325.8 acres in total. The delineation area is 246.5 acres within the area of institutional control. The Superfund area is a 56.4 acre area that includes the Superfund site itself, which is about 9.5 acres, and located north of the area where the residential would be permitted. So the Superfund area is shown in orange on this slide here. It's about 56 acres, and that includes the Superfund site within that orange area. According to the U.S. EPA website, institutional controls are non-engineered instruments such as administrative and legal controls that help minimize the potential for human exposure to contamination and/or protect the integrity of the remedy. The delineation area is a Florida groundwater delineation area that restricts well installations. Sorry, too much talking tonight. The proposed text amendment would only allow residential development in the area southwest of the railroad tracks, which is approximately 4,000 feet from the Superfund area, as shown in the image on the screen. In addition, the proposed residential area to the southwest of the railroad tracks will be required to connect to central water and sewer, as the entirety of the energy industrial park is located within the urban service area. It should also be noted that there is nothing about the proposed text amendment that would remove or alter the existing Superfund site or the regulatory process for the site. Next slide, please. Based upon the submitted language proposed by the applicant, Planning Commission staff had asked the applicant to make 3 changes to the proposed language to better align with the currently adopted language and the surrounding development pattern. The first change was to ask for the FAR, the floor area ratio for the security and lodging housing, be limited to a 0.25. Originally, the applicant had proposed a 0.50. Planning Commission staff thought that better aligned the 0.25 with the residential 4 future land use category, which is a 0.25 limit, and that's located westward. The second change was to add a sentence that says agricultural uses are not allowed in buffer areas. This would help address potential intensity of some agricultural uses. And then lastly, under future land use policy 4.16.4, under the first bullet, we asked the applicant to add language, no new supply wells or septic systems shall be allowed. This would address the Hillsborough County Environmental Services Division's comments. The applicant was amenable to those changes, which were reflected in the latest red line document that was part of your backup today. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission found the proposed text amendment, including the revisions that I mentioned, consistent with the comprehensive plan. I'll call out a few of those. Objective 1 calls for directing growth in the urban service area. As noted in the report that's in your backup, unincorporated Hillsborough County is expected to add approximately 482,000 people between 2020 and 2045. So modifying the existing language of the Energy Industrial Park to include the potential of additional housing units in the urban service area adjacent to existing residential is consistent with that policy direction. Allowing more traditional residential development in the Energy Industrial Park would also be consistent with Policy 1.4 of the future land use element, which talks about compatibility. The areas directly to the south of this area of the Energy Industrial Park contains agricultural and residential uses, and the development pattern on the west side of Dover Road is residential with the future land use designation of Res 4, as I mentioned. Allowing residential uses in this area of the Energy Industrial Park that's south of the railroad tracks would allow for a use that is complementary to the existing and planned land uses in the area. The modification to include the residential uses is also consistent with Policy 16.3, which calls for development to be integrated with adjacent land uses with the creation of like or complementary uses. The request is also consistent with future land use element Objective 16 and Policy 16.2, as the proposed floor area ratio that's now been reduced to a 0.25 will ensure that any proposed security or lodging housing that would be ancillary to the research, energy, and education functions of the Energy Industrial Park would also be complementary to the surrounding land uses. Given the applicant's indication in their narrative that they're committed to maintaining the alternative energy output and will not be reducing its energy commitment, the proposed changes are consistent with the goal of the Energy Industrial Park, as well as future land use element Policy 59.1, which includes that the renewable energy production requirements, and also includes language about the ever-changing nature of the renewable energy field. While the gross acreage requirement would be modified with this proposed change, the energy output would not be affected, which would not compromise the goal of the Energy Industrial Park. Lastly, the request would be consistent with future land use element Objective 29, which recognizes the importance of agriculture as an industry and a valuable economic resource in our county. One of the proposed changes is supportive of creating and retaining agricultural uses, and the request is also consistent with policy 29.1, which promotes the development and maintenance of agriculture to strengthen the economy, encourage agriculture uses with and around the agricultural areas. All this policy direction emphasizes the importance of agricultural uses within unincorporated Hillsborough County, and the proposed change is consistent with that policy direction. Next slide, please. Based on that, Planning Commission is recommending that the proposed comprehensive plan text amendment HCCPA 24-06 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The applicant come forward. Good evening.
That's all you got. Good evening, Commissioners. David Smith, Stearns Weaver Miller, Director of Development and Zoning. The Planning Commission, as usual, has done a thorough job. Matter of fact, they've done a very thorough job on this particular application. And I think rather than go back through any of the parts that they said, there's really two parts to this proposal. The first part of the proposal is let's update the EIP to reflect today's technology, today's requirements for energy reproduction, and to basically reorganize the policies so that anybody can actually go in and figure out what the criteria are, what the uses are, how big it can be, where it can be, and that's what we've done as part of this amendment. The second is a more specific request, and that is to allow residential development to be considered south of the CSX tracks as a more logical transition between the existing residential in the area along Dover Road, which is about medium density, to the rural density that's south along Durant Road. And that is what we're proposing today. So as part of that effort, we streamlined the regulations or the policies. There were 18 policies throughout the comprehensive plan. We put them under 5 policies and put those sub-policies related to those all in those categories to make it easier to review. Reduce the wording by about 25%, and we made sure that they were organized so people that are lay people could also read the policies and understand what's the criteria, what are the uses, and what are the thresholds. We've continued the commitments that have been made in the comprehensive plan amendment. Originally, we have jobs creation, renewable energy production, PD zoning approval is required, proper screening and buffering. Sorry. Used to having this to punch. And so those of all the tenets of the original amendment are still in place. As we modernize the regulations and the policies, we maintained and just changed the name. We have eliminated the other opportunities for EIP to be spread around the county. We have additional residential is the only significant change to the uses. Renewable energy has been strengthened and it allows co-location. We have the thresholds are still for renewable energy are still there and be allocated between the owners. We have the renewable energy land area just be reduced to realize that today renewable energy doesn't take a large piece of land to do it. The technology is more efficient and it requires a smaller footprint. Utility and water protection, we strengthen the policies relative to no additional new wells and no on-site septic tanks, and then we maintain agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Okay. 1 second. Where is the rest of the slides? Okay. Very good. Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Bruce Kaschek for the record, Florida Certified Planner with Florida Design Consultants. I've had the opportunity of working on this project and with the owners since its inception. What I'm really going to focus on tonight is a little bit of the history, but also really talk a little bit about the residential project, which is located on the old, this is the old approved PD zoning plan from 2010. The area in yellow, as discussed, is the area of the proposed residential. So what was originally envisioned back then was before that, as the integration of creating a renewable energy project that it was going to utilize primarily the technology at the time was a biomass system, and it was going to then rely upon utilization of solid waste, and then also hundreds of, if not thousands, of agricultural, aquacultural, algae growing facilities, as well as waste debris. And so what does a biomass system look like? These are some recent ones that have been constructed in the Netherlands, United Kingdom, and the number 2 is there in the state of Virginia. Just to kind of give you an appreciation of what they are. Project has been approved for EIP for a number of uses, and including heavy industrial, and also some pictures of what an aquacultural facility looks like, as well as we had the approval for up to 300 feet for wind turbines that can be located anywhere on the property. What I want to focus on is really what is envisioned for that area south of the railroad tracks. And that is to create and incorporate concepts that was originally created with the energy park, and that is to incorporate resiliency and sustainability concepts such as solar and agricultural uses, or an agricultural component, or urban farming, community gardens, and that kind of thing. And these are just some images of what we were thinking about. But just to help illustrate, this is a conceptual site plan of what the 1,200 units, which is roughly 2.6 units per acre, within the urban service area, and it incorporates, incorporation just of a community that, again, you can see we're going to include a solar component as well as an agricultural component in the spirit of what the Energy Industrial Innovation Park is all about. And with that.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic. I just wanted to go over a little bit of the traffic with you. What we've done is we've started working with the county engineer on the access for the project and what that could look like and what that potential layout would look like. And you can see this graphic illustrates the site plan here along Dover Road. This also illustrates the roundabout that is a CIP project at the intersection of Dover and Durant. That is a currently funded improvement. County has already done land acquisition, and they're going through final design on that and getting ready to start construction on that. But we've carried that roundabout concept to each of the access points along the property frontage. We're meeting access connection spacing standards. When we met with the neighbors during the neighborhood meeting, they asked that our driveways not align specifically with theirs, so we have offset the roundabouts from their driveways to still meet access spacing and to provide a little more less impactful layout for the driveways. This is a closer up view. You can see that we're still maintaining the berms that are out there. They're going to shift, but that would provide the access points offset from the existing driveways out there so that they're not being impacted by that visual. We've also looked at the mobility fees for the project. We ran out, it would estimate that we would generate about $23 million in mobility fees for the 1,200 units. I compared that to the existing approvals on this section of land, which would be thereabouts about $2 million in mobility fees. I'm going to turn it over to Jake Kramer at this point.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is why I always go old school and bring a copy of my presentation. Jake Kramer, Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street. I'm the applicant's attorney. Commissioners, we've been working on this project for over 2 years with staff, with the community. We did hold, you asked us to, and we did hold 2 community meetings. We got a lot of really good feedback. This is how the process is supposed to work. Obviously, everyone is not on board, but we got a lot of good feedback, and you can see how we've incorporated that feedback into our text application, because unlike a map application that you normally see, we can actually craft text. And so we did that to address a lot of the concerns that we heard. The biggest one was citizens wanted us to maintain our commitment to alternative energy production, and we're doing that. We're absolutely committed to energy coming first at the same level that the original developer committed to. We also got a lot of feedback on agriculture, so we're paying homage to that in the residential portion of the property, but we've also expanded the ability to undertake agriculture across the property where we're not able to now. You're going to hear a lot tonight in the comments, I'm sure, about the Superfund, and so I want to clarify some misconceptions. The Superfund site itself is about 9 acres, right? And what happens is, as you get farther away from where the dirty stuff is, that, by the way, the county is responsible for that. The county has been for 40 years working on cleaning that up. As you get further from that site, the restrictions get less. It's what you would expect because it gets safer. We're almost a mile away from that, right? So we're approximately the same distance as the county approved other residential to the northwest of this site. So we're about the same distance. We've also presented some new conditions, we're suggesting some new conditions based on feedback we got from the public over the last few days. I passed those out to you. The big picture is they do 3 things. They reaffirm the commitment to the landowner working with the county and EPA on the Superfund site, and they also require appropriate radiation and environmental testing before we're allowed to proceed. So again, those are we're presenting those based on further feedback that we've received from the community. And I think we've covered, most of the team has covered, I think, the misconceptions that I wanted to make sure we hit on. One of them, though, is there's this impression that people can't live on this property today when it's developed. And that is not the case. Lodging is absolutely approved, and there is essentially no limitation on that. This was going to be a giant energy campus. And so with that, I would just remind you, the only thing you're doing tonight is step 1 of 8 steps in years. All you're doing is sending this to the state and asking them for their feedback for the second hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll go into the public hearing. First 3 speakers this evening: Penny Martin, which is virtual, followed by Renee Madison and Bruce Ponte. Is Ms. Martin on the line?
Yes, Penny Martin.
Good evening.
It is vital that we pause these requests. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. It is vital that we pause these requests. We cannot afford to kick the can down the road. The testing of all 3,000 acres of this former phosphate mine with chemicals of concern on it is mandated by my family. For over a year, we've been sharing our concerns about the testing data gap. The community is outraged and is opposition. It's all over the local news and social media and gathering national attention. Is anybody here listening to us? We can't just have a quick vote and kick the can down the road. The Planning Commission were very concerned on Monday, and they asked a ton of questions. 3 of them voted no, and 1 commissioner was absent and couldn't vote. Did you guys see the rerun? Are you up to speed on what happened? Please hear us out tonight. I'm asking you to vote no. We are worried about the negative health impacts of stirring up the land before it's tested. It's got contaminants, it's wetland, it's on top of the radon corridor, and it's got sinkholes. How do we think this is a good idea? When this land was moved around recently, local wells turned red. This is not okay. We must put a pause on these 2 requests. We don't want to be the next Durant, Dover, Drummond case. Testing must be required prior to any approval. Please stop kicking the can down the road and vote no tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Renee Madison, followed by Bruce Ponte, and then George Neiman. Good evening.
CH2, Renee Madison,
CPA 2315-2406. CH2M Hill in the 1989 Endangerment Assessment noted the need for a comprehensive study to determine the human health risks for radiation. Commissioner Cepeda stated in a communication to my colleagues, I completely understand the serious risks associated with exposure to contaminated dust and dirt. I share your concerns about the health and environmental impact this could have on the surrounding community. I strongly believe no further development should take place on this site, especially until a thorough and effective decontamination process has been completed to remove any carcinogens and other hazardous materials. The health and safety of the community must be top priority. I do not support moving forward with the development in this area under these conditions. I will be looking into the matter further to ensure any actions taken are in the best interest of the public and environmental safety. Please know, I take this issue very seriously and will continue to advocate for responsible and safe land use practices. Commissioner Cepeda, we respect you. We believe you will honor the commitment you have made to the community. It is critical to conduct comprehensive testing to delineate the radiological contamination radon, as well as waiting for the results of the 2025 water report outlining the 1,4-dioxane plume. Having a complete understanding is necessary to create a remedial action plan to mitigate human health risks. I'm asking each of you tonight to vote no to CPA 2315 and 2406.
Thank you, Ms. Madison. Appreciate your comments. Got Bruce Ponte, followed by George Neiman, and then Yvette Neiman.
Good evening, Commissioners. Bruce Ponte, Dover, Florida. It's really interesting that we talk about what the Planning Commission did Monday, and I'm going to break it down. This is straight off of what was said by Mr. Moran, who thankfully is here tonight. And I quote, in 2021, we met with the EPA and we determined that there's another contaminant of concern that we need to delineate at the site, not the Superfund site, the entire acreage. That's 1,4-dioxane. We started work on that in January last month. We've started collecting groundwater samples. We'll be doing the same effort. That's delineating the plume, the extent and the magnitude of the contamination. There's the potential that because of that work, the restricted covenants could be expanded. It goes on with Ms. Orton, one of the commissioners there, that said, because of the amount of residential, they would be asking for a school. It says, it seems like to me this would not pass phase 1, it would not pass phase 2. She then asked Mr. Moran, and I quote, can you tell me when the time comes for us to request our school site from this area that it's going to be clean enough for our school site? His reply, no, I cannot. Ms. Orton goes on to say, and I quote, because you're only talking about the Superfund area and not the other area. His reply, right, no, I cannot. That ought to tell you everything you need to know about this. The site's not safe. We know there's another plume of dioxane. It's expanding. So why are we putting the cart before the horse? Right? It's pretty simple. So I'll leave you with this. The Planning Commission always talks about consistencies and inconsistencies. We were told we are not experts. What we found inconsistent with the comp plan was not relevant. So let me tell you one thing that is undeniably consistent about these two amendments. Not one citizen that we've talked to, and that's been hundreds, thinks this is a good idea. Not one. Let that sink in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Mr. George Neiman, followed by Yvette Neiman.
Good evening, Commissioners and public. George Neiman. I live in Dover Woods, which is next to Ground Zero. And what I'd like to, I don't want to keep repeating what other people said, but it's got me so fired up. In the last 2 years, we've gotten a lot of misinformation, no information, and nothing but distractions. The Superfund site is not where they're building, we all know that, but they want to talk about it because they're forgetting that only 325 acres had testing done. The rest of the 3,000 acres has never been tested. and we've got proof in writing that debris continued to be dumped. This is radioactive debris, continued to be dumped on the former mine even after it stopped in operation. And this is a report that was filed by one of the engineers when they were filing to make it a Superfund site. And he said after the operation ceased, they continued to bring other debris from other mining operations. So it's all over. And you think that you're going to put housing, they actually picked the area that I would say don't ever put it there, because that's where the settling ponds were. The settling ponds were where they put the contaminated water with no linings. This is unreal. And I want to tell you something. We've talked to hundreds, probably a few thousand. And if we let this go forward without even looking at remediating, what citizens are telling me is they are going to remediate at the ballot box. So please take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Neiman. Amen. Ms. Yvette Neiman.
Good evening, Commissioners. I stand before you today as a voice for our community that has made its opposition to CPA 2406 and CPA 2315 abundantly clear. We are here to ask you once again to listen, not just to the developers or the consultants, but to the people whose lives are directly affected by these amendments. The people of this community have spoken. There is overwhelming public opposition to these amendments. We elect officials to represent us, to protect our neighborhoods, and to ensure responsible growth that enhances, not endangers, our way of life. When the vast majority of residents stand against a proposal, that should matter. Their voices should not be drowned out by developers looking for profit at the expense of community well-being. Today, we ask you to do the right thing, to uphold the principles of responsible growth, public health, and environmental stewardship, to prioritize the voices of the people over the interests of a few, to reject CPA 2406 and CPA 2315. I ask everyone in this room who is against these amendments to please stand up. The choice is yours, Commissioners. Will you stand with the community you were elected to serve? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neiman. Next up is Susan Watts, followed by Debbie Hunt in person and Melissa Gines virtually.
Thank you, Commissioners, for welcoming my comments. My name is Susie Watts, and I am the president of Bloomingdale Neighborhood Association. We are 5,200 homes, pretty big chunk, and we're adjacent to the area, not immediate, but downwind. We've been talking about this for quite some time, over a year in our meetings. Many neighbors bring it up to me. I can't go to Walmart without getting somebody. And it's universally opposed. So why is it imposed? You've heard other things, but I'm going to talk about what affects me. I live in Bloomingdale, and I have two failed roads by me. I have Lithia Pinecrest and Bloomingdale, and due to volume, they are failed roads. Our schools, our sheriffs, and our fire rescue are already strained around me. People are moving out of Bloomingdale, actually, because of this. I've come a couple. So an additional 1,200 homes is not going to help the area. It's just going to further strain it. We see this with school traffic and work traffic. Easy travel is only between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. weekdays, and you guys know it. You drive around here. The additional access points, those 4 access points on Dover Road, that's just clearly going to impact it. Our response time for fire rescue is not 90% of the time supposed to be less than 5 minutes, and time equals life. The Sheriff's Department, District 5, has been chronically understaffed. Regarding integrity, we often hear speak about property rights in this meeting. The current owners bought it knowing that they had to do the energy park first, the majority, and then a little bit of 60, they could do commercial and make some good money. Hey, that was the deal they bought. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, Debbie Hunt.
Good evening. I don't know where the chair went, but commissioners, my name is Debbie Hunt, longtime resident of Hillsborough County with over 35 years in government, State of Florida Department of Transportation, as well as Hillsborough County. I understand the planning process and am very disheartened by the lack of support for planning decisions made by previous boards, planning commissions, and staff, especially for a property that is contaminated and clearly is a health risk to those eventually living or working on the property. Maybe should reference a recent Medard Park study. This property is fraught with issues, most importantly the being a former phosphate mine and dumping ground for massive amounts of oil and other chemicals, just to mention a few. This board is ultimately responsible for the decision that you make tonight. Please resolve all the environmental issues before any more changes are made, as well as address the access issues. The original plan was just to have access on State Road 60 only. There's a reason why the sitting board in the past approved the agreement reached between the property owners and the adjacent residents after long, intensive discussions resulting in the energy industrial park as the highest and best use of the contaminated lands. There's a reason many planning commissions and Board of County Commissioners since then did not make changes to the plan and what was approved, and not for a lack of trying by the developers. I hate to even bring this up, but it concerns me greatly that most of you received significant donations to your election campaigns by the developers, and a fundraiser was held at a developer's personal residence. To me, this is an integrity issue, especially knowing this issue was coming before you for a vote. And interestingly enough, the vote was delayed at the request of the developers until after the elections. So please do what is best for public health and not add monies to the county coffers.
Thank you,
as
Mrs.
Jake
Hunt.
mentioned.
Next up is Melissa Gines, followed by Debbie Holliday. Debbie
Hello
Gines
again.
is,
Can you hear me?
yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Melissa Gines, are you there?
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Melissa Janez. I strongly oppose the proposed development of the 1,200 new homes near the sludge pond. This is a project that directly threatens our neighborhood and the surrounding community. This is not just a zoning issue. It is a serious threat to our health, safety, and way of life. This land is not safe for residential development. It contains radioactive elements in the ground, and disturbing that soil could have disastrous consequences. My family and hundreds of others live right next to this proposed site. Are we really willing to risk exposing children, families, and future residents to potential contamination? Have thorough independent environmental studies been conducted to prove that this land is safe? If not, how can we justify putting people at risk? Right now, our roads are already congested. Adding 1,200 homes means thousands more cars on roads that were never designed to handle that kind of traffic. How will emergency responders navigate gridlock? How will families feel safe sending their kids to school when intersections become overwhelmed? Our infrastructure is not ready for this, and vague promises of future improvements are not enough. The amendment mentions renewable energy and the mix of uses, but the language is so vague that it leaves far too much open to interpretation. What exactly is being planned? What safeguards are in place? We deserve transparency, not an open-ended proposal that could drastically change our community in ways we won't even see coming. I understand the need for new housing, but this location is simply not the right place. It's too risky, too vague, too disruptive to the families who've built their lives here, as someone whose neighborhood backs up to this land, I cannot
Thank you,
sit
ma'am.
quietly
Appreciate your
while my
comments.
community's safety and the quality of
Next
life are put
speaker
in
is
jeopardy.
Debbie Holliday, followed by Josephine Amato and Brady Harris. Both are virtual. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Debbie Holliday. I'm restating this so you keep it in your mind. The land is a superfine site. Old phosphate mine has sinkholes and has sludge ponds that are still there, where 16 million gallons of waste oils, kerosene, and septic waste, et cetera, was dumped on all 3,000 acres. Owners want to use solar trees and solar panels on top of buildings and homes to satisfy the energy requirement. They know that's not what was intended for this. They have also been gradually chipping away at the space for the renewable energy. Before long, you will be able to fit the space allowable on a flash drive. Disturbing the soil in the ground is not a good idea. You've heard this. Radon gas and 1,4-dioxane are a very big concern for the residents. One affects our drinking water, not just for us around the site, but all in Florida and other states that use the Florida aquifer for their drinking source. And the other, our respiratory systems, will be affected by the radon gas. People have been talking a lot about fluoride in our water and the damage it does to our kids. They say people are not willing to believe the experts. Well, what about this, though? Will you believe when a 35-year tenured expert tells you this site is dangerous and not enough testing has been done? The owners have been speaking about the Superfund site to the public. I've seen them speak to them about this. To calm their fears, they say, don't worry about the 1,200 homes because we're far enough away from the Superfund site. But they don't say all 3,000 acres was contaminated, and the only place testing has been done is the Superfund. I'm asking you to please vote safety first before building anything else on this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine Amato, followed by Brady Harris, and then a Josie Gentry. Is Ms. Amato on the line?
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Good evening. I appreciate your time. Our charter mentions over 300 times that our primary duty is to the health, welfare, and safety of our community. I oppose the text amendment because the petitioners significantly changing the legal language that alters the required institutional controls on all three parcels. And all three parcels are part of the institutional control. It is the petitioner's way of getting around a land use covenant requirement that requires the third party's participation. And I want to read you what's directly in the covenant. There shall be no drilling or water or use of groundwater on the property except for groundwater investigations and remedial activity in the area of institutional control. That means no drilling in the urban service area on those parcels through the groundwater. So the text amendment is definitely the cart before the horse, and we have a duty to implement the institutional controls for the health, welfare, and safety of our community. And I appreciate all of the commissioners' time. Please vote no. And good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Brady Harris, followed by Josie Gentry and Christopher Gentry. Mr. Harris?
Yes. This is Brady Harris. Please bear with me. I got a cold. Everybody wants to keep our focus on the Superfund site. But that's their way of trying to keep the real focus off the whole entire 3,000 acres being, having toxins and chemicals on it. Drainage from the EIP property goes right through my property and into the Turkey Creek, the creek itself. And that flows into the Alpine River, and that flows into the bay. I have readings of almost 500 on the Geiger meter radon in my ditch that goes right into Turkey Creek. The owners of the EIP knew exactly what they were buying and what restrictions were in place when they bought it. The only thing changed since 2010 is instead of two energy sources at 40%, they want to do one at 40%. And that's the way, the energy should come first. That's the way it was set up. And so now they want to what is stopping the owners from selling it? So they changed a few words here and there and throw in some hogwash and expect the community to go along with it. And you commissioners to vote it through. This is wrong. I, for one, would be interested in sitting down with the owners of both properties and seeing what their offer for sale is. I plead with each of y'all to oppose both amendments. And we have had buzzards, and evidently they're dumping.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Kind of coup
Appreciate your comments, sir.
on the property.
Got Josie Gentry, followed by Christopher Gentry, and then Joshua McDuffie.
Christopher Gentry's not here, so.
Okay. Good evening.
To let you know if that's okay. I didn't know if I was supposed to tell you. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. I stand before you once again, as I have many times before. The facts are clear, and those responsible are well known in the community. Our community has mobilized through petitions, grassroots organizing, and relentless engagement to demand accountability for the dangers threatening our neighborhood and our community. Nothing I say tonight is going to be new to you. You have heard our voices and seen our efforts for the past 2 years. So I ask a simple question. Who will be held accountable for putting our health and environment at risk? Will it be this county commission? Will it be you commissioners personally? Will it be Stearns, Weaver, and Miller, who sits on the board of the Mosaic? Will it be Dennis Carlton? Dennis Carlton knew exactly what he was buying, and so did the other owners. When they purchased this property, the original contract was clearly outlined, and institutional controls and environmental protections he was fully aware of. Just as he was when he discreetly donated $3,000 to Chris Bowles through a storage facility across from Sheriff Chad Cronister's office during his campaign. Just like Dennis Carlton knew what he was doing when he threw Christine Miller a private campaign at his private residence. I sat in the back today and listened as these investors, lawyers, and consultants mocked my community. Because I wasn't wearing the red shirt, they didn't know exactly who I was, so I sat and listened. I listened to them call us bobbleheads. I listened to them talk down about my community. These are your constituents. While they sit back there foaming at the mouth, standing to make tens of millions of dollars, our children and their future are in jeopardy. So again, I ask, who will be paying those bills? Who will be paying for our properties when they're flooded out? Who will be paying for the water and land that will be polluted by this 3,000 acres?
Thank you, Ms. Gentry.
We need to know who's going to be accountable.
Joshua McDuffie, followed by Crystal Geyser and Dr. James Davison. Mr. McDuffie, present? Come forward, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Joshua McDuffie, and I live 2 miles from the energy park. I ask that you vote no because of how much contamination is on the property. The contamination in the area, The contamination on the property and in the area is prone to cause cancer from the radiation from the phosphate mining and the other contaminations from the sludge pump. Not to mention our overcrowded schools. I go to Bloomingdale High School for my education. I have to shuffle down the hallways to get to class. The crowding is so bad that the kids are elbow to elbow walking down the hallways. And as a future voter, I feel like you as a body of representatives ignore the community, regardless of what we vote for. I feel as our pleas and calls for actions are just ignored. I feel as if we have little unity between our communities and representatives for our county, and it saddens me greatly as I turn 18 this year and I have no representation that reflects our community. Thank you for your time.
Crystal Geyser, Dr. James Davison, and Jim Warashuk. Ms. Geyser here? If not, Dr. Davison?
How do you turn this thing on? Jim Davison. I'm here as a physician, and there is not a single person in this room that can tell you how much radiation is on this site. The Superfund it's dangerous stuff, but it's a ruse. God didn't put that radiation there. By definition of the United States EPA, that is technically enhanced radioactive material and has a whole different legal system to it. In the state of Florida, they can't even make them tested or mitigated because it was mined before 1985, and they know that. You can't make a building code that makes them put in active mitigation for elevated radon levels. The Florida Department of Health made a map. These are radon protection maps, and it says that at this site, all new building should have active, they recommend that it has active radon mitigation. You, as a board, can't force them to do that. You can't change the building code to do it by state law. And at the last second, they show up and they say, okay, we'll do the testing. The testing doesn't make any difference. It's the mitigation. That's why there's a state law. If there's a mine now, they have to test and mitigate the property before it's released for any other purpose. And they have to get the soil concentration of the radium down to less than 5 picocuries per gram. And they have to test the water and the air. If you do this today, if you don't pass this, the applicant will be able to go home, do the testing, see if it's economically to do the mitigation, and bring back the plan.
Thank you, Dr. Daverson.
If you don't,
thank you, sir.
People are going to die.
All right, Jim Warshuk, followed by a Pete Floyd and a Jason Norris. Good evening.
Commissioners, good evening. I know many of you, I've worked with many of you over the years. I'm the former chairman of the Hillsborough County Republican Party. Did that for 5 years and watched and listened to a lot of things going on. I'm not going to reiterate everything that everybody else has said tonight, but I want to make the point. I live 200 yards from the site, from the South Berm. I see the traffic on Durant Road from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. I can't leave my house. It's just totally blocked. That's one issue. I'm more concerned about the health issues of what will happen when you put housing in this area with families who are trying to raise young children. I want to mention, I recommend you all go look at what happened at Grasslands in Polk County, where for 20 years ago or so when they built those homes, and now there's major lawsuits going on because of the health risks that have now transpired. Do each one of you want to have your name on that? And I know the county protects you from any lawsuits for anything, but what I'm telling you is your name will stay permanent because people will look at who approved this. What is in this that people are so interested and so determined to approve this 3,000 tract of contaminated land? And it's not just the EPA site. We don't care about that. It's a 3,000 acre phosphate mine facility where the stuff has been strewn all over the place for 30, 40 years that it was in operation, and followed by a contamination site. Do you want your name on this? Is it really worth it? I just ask that you consider pushing this aside. There's other areas in the county that would be much more profitable and well-round status for raising families. Just recommend we toss this aside and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Got a Pete Floyd, Jason Norris, and then Peyton Snow. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. I'm a resident of Martin Road, been there for 30+ years. The owner bought this property with a notice, knowing that the only access for the residential part I'm speaking about was to Dover Road. The idea of the railroad track crossing, he put early on, there was 2 proposals for railroad track crossings. That was nothing but a red herring. There was no way CX was going to allow them to cross their railroad tracks. This morning, I took a trip that I take many times straight from the house to the church in 2010. it was about 15 minutes. This morning, the same exact route, and I avoided the school traffic, was 40. The traffic on Durant is absolutely ridiculous. There's 5 schools. There's 4 schools. There's Buckhorn Elementary, Nelson Elementary, Mulrennan Middle, and Durant High School. They're planning on putting a roundabout there on Durant, as well as these 4 additional roundabouts that we just saw. It's crazy. Most of the traffic in that area goes south. They go to Publix, they go to the Walgreens, they go to the Bay Care Center. Everything funnels, most of the traffic goes south to Durant, and then to Bloomingdale via Little and Pearson, and there's just not enough road there. They're all 2-lane roads. One more thing, the transparency in government. In the spirit of transparency and to restore trust with your constituents, I would ask that any commissioner who has accepted campaign contributions from a developer, either directly or indirectly, recluse themselves from voting on this matter. And I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jason Norris. Mr. Norris here, followed by Peyton Snow, and then Vivian Baca. Good evening.
Thank you. I'm Jason Norris. I'm a resident of Dover Woods off of South Dover Road. I'm not here to talk to you about all of the litany of health problems and traffic, safety, environmental issues. I'm just simply here to represent all of these wonderful people that are here in opposition of what decision you all have to make this evening. Bowtie Bob got up here with his brigade of stuffed suits, and they painted this beautiful picture of this EIP park that they've been chipping away at for many, many years. We leave it with you all this evening to do the right thing, err on the side of benefit of many, not few. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Peyton Snow, followed by Vivian Baca and Angela Johnson. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Peyton, and I live off of Durant Road. And I think we should not tear down those beautiful trees. And how would you feel if your home was torn down and animals would get run over trying to find a new home? And we could get sick or get toxin in our body. That is why I think we should not tear down the property. Vote no.
And please state your name, or mom state her name.
What?
Peyton Snow.
Peyton Snow.
All right. Great job, Peyton. Thank you. Vivian Baca, Angela Johnson, and Bruce Powdy. And I'm not sure of the remaining speakers if they're in person or virtual. Good evening.
Good evening, Vivian Baca, 413 El Greco Drive in Brandon. I oppose this amendment. Staff makes no mention in their analysis of the comprehensive plan provisions related to either environmental sustainability or the one water portion of the plan. This property was a former phosphate mine and has a Superfund site. It is on karst geology, which does not necessarily perk straight down, but flows in channels. It does not appear that they have done any sort of testing to see if the water has migrated on that site to the residential portion that they're proposing. Please note this map. It's the Swift Mud map of the sinkholes which opened up during the January 2010 freeze event. You will notice the green line and the purple line, which eventually became the water use caution area. And you can see the property is there along State Road 60, inside that area. Just because the water use caution overlay was finally lifted in 2021 doesn't mean that another freeze event couldn't cause more sinkholes to open up, possibly in the Superfund area. What happens if a sinkhole opens up in this site and dumps hazardous waste into the Alafaya watershed? Or what if it opens in the planned residential area? Will there be loss of life? It's happened before. Will the county be sued for approving these residential uses in an area known to be prone to sinkholes during a freeze event? To say that the 2010 freeze event was a one-off is unrealistic in view of climate change and the fact that Tallahassee had snow last month. Finally, I would like to say that back in 2010, lost that time.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Beck.
you.
Angela Johnson, Bruce Powdy, and then Jason Norris. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Angela Johnson, and my property directly backs up to this site. I am here to express my strong opposition to the proposed changes being sought for this property. Proceeding with this development poses significant risk to both current and future residents. First, the area already faces flooding risk, which have worsened in recent years. The property in question is located in a designated flood zone, and any further development will exacerbate these issues. Putting additional strain on already vulnerable infrastructure, increasing the population density in this area will lead to more severe flooding, posing a serious risk to property, public safety, and the environment. Additionally, this proposed development would exacerbate the already concerning traffic congestion in this area. While the traffic report cites traffic data from 2020, it fails to reflect the significant and ongoing increase in traffic throughout Hillsborough County. Since that report, based on outdated data, this does not accurately capture the current state of our rural roadways. The residents and potential homeowners deserve clear, honest communication regarding the history of the land that they are going to invest in. This area south of the railroad tracks is especially vulnerable and should be preserved to protect the health and safety of both the surrounding residents and the broader community. Alternatively, to minimize risk, the area north of the railroad tracks near Highway 60 has little residential with few human lives. This would be a safer location for development, reducing the potential consequences of disturbing potentially hazardous land. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Powdy, and Jason Norris, and Joe Lang. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Bruce Pirtle. I'm a 40-year resident of the area. My wife's family, fourth-generation residents of the area. I'm not going to sit here and beat a dead horse. Everything that my neighbors have said, yeah, they've stolen a lot of my thunder, rightfully so. I agree with all of it. I don't know anybody who thinks this is a good idea. There's a lot more here than just building homes. But I want to point out one thing that nobody's mentioned yet. This traffic study was from 2020. In 2020, people were working from home, schools were closed due to COVID, in case anyone forgot, so these numbers aren't accurate. Go to Durant Road or Dover Road during rush hour, or when the schools are in session in the morning and when they empty in the afternoons, it's a nightmare. We don't have the infrastructure to accommodate 1,200 homes. At an average, and I'm going low here, of 2 people per residence, that's 2,400 additional people. I'd venture to say it's pretty close to that in the amount of automobiles or vehicles that are going to be on our roadways that can't handle what we already have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Jason Norris. Is Jason here? If not, Joe Lang, followed by Carrie Lang, and then Peyton Snow's already spoken. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Joseph Lang. City mines are in my backyard, and yes, we would rather have the view of towering wind turbines in our backyard than double the car trips on our flood-prone country road and decades of high radiation levels that sicken and kill our neighbors. We are also very concerned about the density, as there isn't 1,200 homes on South and North Dover Road combined. There's not enough property for 4 roundabouts and is a plan to fail. From the 30s to the 50s, this entire Sydney mine property was left looking like the moon. Large turning of the earth enhanced uranium levels, which leads to radiation in soil and gamma radiation above the soil. It's a fact. Mined phosphate ore contains radioactive elements like uranium that decays into radon gas. Decades of health studies say exposure to radiation increases cancer risk. Higher the dose, the greater the risk. Florida Health Department's Bureau of Radiation is required to test post-mined soiled areas regularly, found that radiation levels was between 3 to 20 times the state average. To piggyback on some of our other colleagues had said, the Lanier Law Group and a lawyer who represented Aaron Brockovich, yes, the movie, just settled claims on a Polk County reclaimed phosphate mine. Similarly, it was 1,400 acres and I believe about the same number of homes. Will we be next? Please keep shareholder profit and county growth goals out of this decision and do the right thing because it is the right thing to do. This property is unlike any other former phosphate mining acreage. There was no reclamation plan for 70 years. It just sat. We will have higher than normal radiation levels and included a 9.5 acre toxic waste site with plumes. Please vote no. A move away from the 2010 EIP doubles our traffic on South Dover, increases flood risk, and increases exposure to known future risk and liability. Thank you.
Carrie Lang, followed by William Ballard and a Bruce Pirtle. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Lang, and I live in a home that directly borders this proposed development in Dover Woods. I stand before you today as a concerned resident and mother, urging you to vote no on the proposed development of the phosphate mine. I implore you to consider the real and very dangerous consequences of approving this decision without thoroughly assessing the risks to our health, our safety, and our environment. First of all, our roads are already overburdened, and like he just stated, 2020 was a COVID year, and that data is way outdated. The addition of thousands of homes, businesses, and vehicles will only make this situation exponentially worse. It's a matter of public safety. More traffic means more accidents, more air pollution, and more stress for everyone that lives here. But the traffic alone does not even begin to capture the full scope of this problem. We cannot ignore the risks of building on this site. The soil, the groundwater, the air, we still don't know the full extent of the toxins lurking beneath the surface. Is it wise to build on land where the soil and the groundwater are already compromised? Is it logical to put homes, schools, and businesses on a site that is yet to be fully cleaned, tested, and secure? I urge you to consider the health and safety of our residents. If we build here, we are taking an enormous risk, one that we cannot afford to take. Are we willing to gamble with our children's health, our neighbors' safety, or the well-being of our elders? To approve construction without ensuring that this land is completely remediated and safe would be a grave mistake, and one that could have lasting, irreversible consequences. It is simply not logical to approve plans for this development. We have a responsibility to protect the environment, wildlife, and most importantly, to protect the health and safety of the people who live here. Approving this development before ensuring the land is safe is not only illogical, but is also deeply irresponsible. We owe it to ourselves, to our children, and to our future generations to demand more. Members of the board, I ask you to vote your conscience and stand with us today and vote no on this development.
All right, thank you. William Ballard, followed by Bruce Pirtle, and then Lisa Ledbetter. Good evening.
Hello, my name is William Ballins. I live at 5612 Durant Road, right in the middle of this project on Durant Road. I've been there a long-time resident. I'm 78 years old, and I've been a visible person to see the operation of this mine back in the 50s and 60s. My brother-in-law, Robert Hiller of Brandon, Florida, was a millwright at that plant in the 50s and 60s, and he informed me exactly how the operations took place. They used kerosene and diesel as a separating agent, along with the other junk that was mixed in there, came out as a slurry, and was put in these 4 retention ponds back here behind the house. Those are loaded with the junk over 40 years of operation, and sitting there dormant for the last 60 years. Over here on this side, my friends, are gyp stacks. There's a high one here and a low one here. This low one evidently was torn down in 2010 after those guys who were doing the fish farms got overzealous and wanted to go in there and bulldoze it down. Oh, speaking of bulldozing, this is where I live, behind this pond, this retention pond. A couple of years ago, somebody got in there with a bulldozer to tear down trees and tear up the bottom of that pond. Subsequently, my well, 300 feet away from this, turned darker red than my shirt for 3 weeks. It took me thousands of dollars and having a licensed professional water management person to help me get filters in there to clean this darn mess up, and it took me over 3 weeks. So, hey, I have tasted the environmental bullet. I'm just waiting to die. So I'll be your first example of what happens to this site if you let it go through. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bruce Pirtle. Mr. Pirtle, I think he already spoke. Okay, thank you, sir. Lisa Ledbetter, Victoria Hunt, and then a Tori Willie.
Good evening. I never really know what I'm ever going to say. My friend will attest to that. But if you just listen, you'll... Oh, thanks. I have a couple of questions, which is kind of odd, I know. I live off of Durant Road, and I've been on a committee who was choosing great artwork to be in the roundabouts. And I asked myself, why do we have 2 roundabouts planned in the works, as well as a new pump station off of Durant Road? Could it be for the infrastructure for what is planned for residential development? I reiterate, should a commissioner recuse or abstain from voting if their campaign received any funding from a developer? Is it a conflict of interest? And if my well is contaminated and it's no longer safe to drink, will this voting body be held responsible, or will you already be voted out? And where's my recourse? It might be years in the making. Will you eliminate the contamination? Do I have a covenant? Do I have a promise for any members whose wells and water will be contaminated and dangerous to drink? And I know you have a bond and you're sworn to serve. I ask, who do you serve? Do you serve your constituents? The lawyers have said that the users of the property, their water will be protected and inclusive because they will be county, but everybody else surrounded is not inclusive in their promise. And the residential units, the study that was made that he pointed out was for Dover Road, and most of that traffic will be for Durant. So I ask that there's a survey for the usage of cars on that road. And I also Googled, darn, Google algae.
Victoria Hunt, followed by Tori Wiley. Victoria here, Tori Wiley, and then Abby Taylor. Good evening.
Good evening. Victoria Hunt is not going to speak. I'm Tori Wiley. I'm here as a concerned citizen. I've been to meetings and hearings about this project, including this week's hearing where your Planning Commission representative, Mr. Cardenas, recognized that we are here because we are concerned about the safety of this project. We are thinking about any potential future residents of this property and also current residents in the area as potential digging begins. Toxins has a way of sneaking up on us quietly and destructively, and it may be years before the devastation is a reality, but then it may be too late to heal for anyone who may have gotten sick from all this. As an example, kids, they get on their bikes and they have a tendency to roam around and explore and play in the dirt, getting into areas that are off limits. So there are so many ways this could be a potential danger. And if environmental representatives are not sure if the sludge area can spread or not, we are basically gambling with people's health and lives. Monday this week, I asked the planning commissioners to please think of their own families, and I'm asking you the same question. If your own parents or sons or daughters wanted to build a house on this property and they asked your your advice whether they should move there or not, could you, with a very clear conscience, say it was a great idea, or would you be hesitant to advise them to do so, now that you know how close they would be to a toxic area? Just as we are here to fight for any new future residents of this property, I'm asking that you consider them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby Taylor? Ms. Taylor here. I don't have anyone else on my list. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this item? Please come forward. If there's anyone else, please line up on the side. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Lang. I've lived on Dover Road in the same house my whole life. I attended the last hearing discussing this project, and I was truly inspired by many people standing up in my community to speak out against the inconsistencies and dangers of this project. Living as a young woman in today's world is scary enough as it is. What's even scarier is that a whole woodland ecosystem could be destroyed just to build 1,200 unnecessary residential homes, especially when those homes will reside on top of toxic phosphate littered with radiation. At the last hearing, there was a question that was thrown around by an applicant. Does this make sense? We are all here to tell you, and let me make it very clear, it does not make sense. The planning for this project is completely backwards. Why would you pass a plan before making sure the environmental concerns and safety conditions are properly met? Most of the concerns that people listed were mainly to do with the 1,200 homes. When given a chance to answer these concerns, we only heard excuses for the Superfund site, rather than the residential living area. As stated in the previous hearing, Hillsborough County has been working for many years only on the Superfund site, not the other acres where they wish to place people and children. A representative from the Environmental Service Department stated, the only sampling that has been done through the years has been on the Superfund site. He also stated that they anticipate that the plume could be larger than expected and that there are still unknown risks, and he cannot promise that it will ever be safe enough for residential use. So how can anybody confidently pass this through when there are so many uncertainties? With all due respect, none of you live where this project will take place. You won't be affected by the toxic sludge leaking into your backyard or have to witness a forest that you've been surrounded by your entire life be destroyed. But you will have to live with the guilt of thousands of people that will be affected by the toxic chemicals. I wouldn't be doing my generation justice by not speaking up. This plan has so many inconsistencies, and I would love to hear a rebuttal for every single concern listed today. All I ask is you reconsider and think it through with common sense and an empathetic heart. When the community speaks up, you should listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Next.
Hi, my name is Melanie Lang, and I've lived off of Dover Road my entire life. Today, you've heard outrage from the well-educated people speaking today about the many negative inconsistencies concerning projects CPA 2316 and CPA 2406, such as toxic sludge, sinkholes, increased radiation levels, overpopulation, and immense flooding. But it seems you guys don't care too much about that. The Earth is not the same as it was years ago. My generation, along with all future generations, have to deal with the repercussions of other people's actions, which we have little to no control over. All we have is our voice. To you, this project might seem minuscule in the grand scheme of things, but I'm here to tell you that that's completely false. Every little bit matters. Think of the big picture. We all know that this property is dangerous and a hazard. It does not logically make sense to pass this plan when there are lives at risk. Safety should be the first area of concern with projects involving land that you're putting residential homes on. I would personally prefer the windmills. At least they don't have families and children. This project might seem like numbers and words on a paper to you all, but for me, this is my life. 5 years ago, we didn't have to have a radiation detector in our house at all times, and it's only gonna get worse if this project gets approved. If my family doesn't get driven out of the neighborhood by radiation or flooding, then I would be raising my future children in this home. And the problem is I don't wanna raise my future children in a highly toxic and highly radioactive environment, or constantly worry if the next storm is gonna be the one to make my family homeless. So be a part of the solution and not a part of the problem, not just for me and my community, but for our children and our children's children. I urge you to listen to the people that live here. Think about the power that you hold. Have respect for the planet that provides for you and the community that you live in. Think about our future and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Derek Morton. Funny thing, I did sign up and I got an email from the county saying, you're signed up for comments. But anyway, I'm an 18-year resident of Dover Woods, which is just south of this proposed residential area. And it's just unbelievable that this could even be considered. I mean, the traffic problem by itself, it's just impossible. Dover Road is a substandard road. It has a painted line on a 10-foot wide piece of asphalt on each side. I don't know why people haven't been killed walking along that road, because it's ditches, people walk on the road, people bicycle on the road. It's just unbelievable that this could even be considered. Back in 2010, when this was approved as a EIP, there was a promise that the only access would be from State Road 60. No access on Dover Road, never be considered. So it's just unbelievable. The health situation and questions aside, from a logistical standpoint, traffic is just unbelievable. I know you all have a very hard job to do. I can appreciate that, but I certainly hope that you will stop this, be unlike your planning committee that wanted to just kick the can down the road and let you all make the decision tonight. There were a lot of concerns expressed there. There were people with machines and rocks from the property that were beeping, showing radioactivity. So anyway, that's all. I please ask you to vote your conscience, do the right thing, stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Doug Madison. I don't like speaking. I'm shaking right now. I was sitting back there. I'm one of the supposed bobbleheads. I don't know if that was true or not, but that's pretty disrespectful, I think. You know, I moved down here 2.5 years ago for a job over in Plant City, and I was really excited. I'm from Canada, from Western Canada, so I'm close to the Rocky Mountains. I like reptiles. Most people freak out about that. So I was really excited about moving down to Florida, chasing reptiles, seeing alligators. Go to Medard Park, pretty cool. Go down at nighttime, spotlight them, that's amazing, going fishing over there. Then I find out, what is Medard Park? There's lots of phosphorus rock, right? So we get a Geiger counter. You've seen that, my wife, that blonde lady right there, brought that in, you heard the little Geiger tick, 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 goes crazy, right? So it's like, great, this is where we live. So right across, we're across from Dover, and what do we have there? We have this big site there that you guys want to, that we have people that want to build on, and you want to put houses in there. Really? Oh, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to put houses there. So you want little kids to grow up there? Little kids. They're going to get cancer. They're going to be there longer than 3.5 hours each day. If you want, I can go collect some rocks for you and bring our little Geiger counter. It'll tick away, and it'll show high. So what are you going to do, remediate that? Tell me. That's scary. Little kids are going to get cancer. Who's responsible? Who's going to vote no? You might be looking at me and say, shut up. Just go sit down. I hope you don't. I hope you guys are all responsible. This is my dream to live in Florida.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening, Buddy Harwell, Vice President, Balm Civic Association. I just had to come up here to support these residents in their fight, because we know what it's like to come down here time after time and have our concerns fall on deaf ears, and nobody does a damn thing about it until it's too late. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I don't see anyone else in line. The applicant has opportunity for rebuttal.
Mr. Chair, in light of the amount of public comment, may we have 5 minutes for rebuttal?
Adam, that request has been made before, right? Is this precedent setting?
There is precedent for providing 5-minute rebuttals in the past in comprehensive plan amendment public
Okay.
hearings.
All right, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Very brief, David Smith, Stearns Weaver Miller. When we're looking at what we're asking for tonight is the opportunity to investigate the ability to put residential on this site. Will not occur unless the plan amendment changes for us to be able to have the tests conducted, the analysis done, and then when it comes through the development process, we deal with mitigation of off-site impacts, roads, what road improvements are required, substandard road improvements. All those things are considered during the development approval stage. This is just a threshold issue. Can we have the opportunity to put residential here? The compatibility is definitely better with residential on this site than the energy uses that would be allowed today. If you don't approve this, nothing's going to change in the amount of uses and nothing's going to change in the site as far as the environmental issues.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Balm Traffic. Just want to briefly discuss traffic. We did go out there and do traffic counts in 2024. We did peak season adjustments to get them to peak season, and we added the project traffic on top of that. Dover Road was shown to operate at acceptable level of service with both the peak season traffic and the addition of the project traffic. We will be required to do a detailed traffic analysis at time of zoning, so we will have to go through, do a detailed trip generation, distribution, driveway assignments, and make sure that everything operates at acceptable level of service.
Thank you, Michael. Jake Kramer again. I think I was called Bowtie Bob earlier. I'm going to go back to our presentation. Are you all seeing this? So, commissioners, let's start by talking about what's not new. In 2010, this board evaluated the property and said it's appropriate for development. In fact, the board said it's appropriate for 7.5 million square feet of development. That's 11 Amalie Arenas. This board said it's appropriate for development of up to 300 feet. 300 feet. This board did the analysis, and I'll tell you why. It's because the county started dumping on the property 55 years ago. The county stepped up to the plate, to its credit and EPA's credit, 45 years ago. That's when it was designated a Superfund site. Everyone who lives in the community for any length of time has known that there is a Superfund site out there. We all make choices in life. This site has been out there. The county has invested tens of millions of dollars, maybe more than that, in cleaning up the property, and that's to the county's credit. All of the landowners have spent millions of dollars remediating the property and working with DEP through what's called the reclamation process. So all of this work has been ongoing for many, many years. What we're offering tonight is additional environmental conditions that are not in the comprehensive plan today. They're not in the plan today, and we're offering additional protections to everyone, to you all, to the public, to all of the agencies. We've been cooperating, and we're going to continue that, and that's exactly what the conditions say. Now, the development process and the environmental permitting process, it works the same way, no matter whether industrial goes on the property or some other use. The process works the same way. So we're committed to maintaining that process. Superfund sites are across Hillsborough County. Some of them have existing residential, much, much closer than the almost 1 mile we're proposing, right? 49 feet, 141 feet, I mean, much, much closer. This is not unusual. So the only real question tonight is not whether is this property going to be developed. It is going to be developed. There's going to be something out there. The only question in my mind is this use better adjacent to residential than this? Thank you.
All right, we'll go into board discussion now. Commissioner Bowles.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming out as well. I do appreciate it. Mr. Gormley, I have a question. If I'd like to make an amendment to this text, would that just be the appropriate time to do so?
Yes, sir, it would.
Will you guys entertain me for a few moments?
Floor is yours.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to change the text amendment. I think it's under section 41.4.165, and then under the, I'll call it the preamble or the goal, it also mentions it as well, so there's two spots in there. That basically, the amended would be to strike the language that is under item number 6, under 4.16.5, item 6, to strike that language and say, no change in existing land use shall be permitted within the area south of the CSX railroad tracks until the EPA and the county establish and implement an ongoing testing program to delineate the extent of the 1,4-dioxane contamination. Further, approval for residential use shall be contingent upon demonstrated stability of the 1,4-dioxane contamination as verified through continuous monitoring and testing of existing and/or newly established well sites in accordance with regulatory agency recommendations and environmental assessment protocols. This is going to be demonstrated. The demonstrated stability shall be defined in the planning, development, zoning, and the county shall provide the landowner with the testing program and results from all monitoring events.
All right, so is this a motion to change a condition?
It would be a substitute for the, basically, if you give me just a sec, I'll pull it up. It would strike, the community shall be planned to provide, to transition the densities from the R1 areas to the more intensive uses north of the CSX Railroad and allow for single-family residents, both attached and detached, at a density no greater than 1,200 units. It would strike that entire paragraph and replace with this.
No, I think I'm following you there, but I guess the question is this a standalone motion to change a condition, or is this a motion to transmit and add this as a condition? Adam, are you following?
Yes, I think that the motion was to have this amendment considered with this additional language. And I believe that the intent was still to maintain the reference to residential uses being permissible.
With these conditions, if it's ever met.
Yes.
That's correct, yes.
Oh, but I guess the question is, can we approve this motion standalone, or is it in connection with transmitting the application?
My understanding, unless the commissioner has a different feeling, is that this was a motion to add this to the language that the board's considering for discussion on whether to transmit the amendment.
That's correct.
All right, so we can have this motion in advance of voting.
Yes, sir.
To, okay. Oh, we have a motion by Commissioner Bowles. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Wostel. Commissioner Wostel.
Well, I just wanted to, go ahead.
May I have a few moments before you, sir?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind, Mr. Chair, just to kind of, now that I got this second, I think that my background, somewhat of my background, and I would say that over the years I have worked for my experience. I worked for over 10 years in our special operations unit for our hazmat teams here in Hillsborough County. I've worn suits. I've been on scenes where we've had to remove products from vehicles, from sites, and from the environment in general. My concern, and some of that training also comes with the concern with the 1,4-dioxane. If memory serves correctly, that we have used this stuff for many, many years, And it was only in the recent early 2000s that the dioxane was kind of thought to be sort of carcinogenic. It took them 15 years to determine that. And with the change, so even though we were doing the 5-year studies every year, the change with the TSCA brought it to where we were looking for that at that particular site. The real problem that I have is that this type of chemical is a forever chemical. You can't get rid of it. You can't get rid of it through the normal processes. You have to use a very specialized scrubbing process to do that. And you just can't use charcoal filter. The problem is it's very miscible with water. It has the same specific gravity as water. Nearly, it's 1.033. And it's ionic, so it's hydrophobic. All that being said, I have grave concern that as the water is being moved and we haven't adequately done the wells, that we need to have that well field expanded, that we have the testing field, and therefore to try to determine what delineation is and how far it will go. It doesn't change the rights of the property owner. They can build on that right now. Radiation, radium, radon or not, they can build something there. It could be Busch Gardens East. But what we don't want right now, at least what I'm concerned about, is putting residents in that particular circumstance. I'll yield. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, and I'm just speaking just to this. I just wanted to, is this a condition that the applicant is already comfortable with?
Jake Kramer for the applicant. Yes, I've spoken to our environmental consultant. We're comfortable with it. I would suggest if we add it along with the additional conditions that I passed out earlier.
I'll bring that up when the chair recognizes me after we vote on this.
All right, does anyone else want to speak to the motion? Commissioner Cameron Spada.
Yes, the health and safety of the community must be a top priority, and I do share the concerns about the health and environmental impact that this could have on the surrounding community that we've heard from so many speakers here today. And there are such serious risks associated with exposure to contaminated dust and dirt. And I do strongly believe that no development should take place on the property, and there could also be a violation of state and federal statutes by approving development on potentially hazardous land. And not only the possible risk of legal risk, but very importantly, the potential harm to our community. And again, the health and safety of the community must be a top priority, and I do not support moving forward with the development at all.
All right, Commissioner Miller, do you have comments on Commissioner Bowles' motion?
I do, Chair.
Okay.
My comment would be, and I do want to be recognized after on the other, but so because I take a lot of time to prepare, when I get sort of thrown a curveball, it just is going to take me a little bit to process on your request, sir. And I'm fine with it. And my question was going to be to Mr. Kramer. It seems that they're agreeable. Can you repeat the last part where there were requirements placed on the county? And I just want to have some clarification around what our obligations would be with this new change, because I haven't had time to process it. Mr. Roman? He looks like he wants to answer it for you.
I'm sorry.
Sure. No,
Yes, sir.
no, go ahead.
Sorry,
The
I didn't mean
obligation,
to-
the last language, the obligation language that was referenced, it was referring to the testing that the county would be doing, is that those testing results and testing protocols would be provided to the property owners. It's basically information sharing for the.
So testing we're already doing, just
Yes.
to provide it?
Yes, it's testing and the testing program and the results of the monitoring. So these are activities that are already occurring. The county is doing monitoring and testing, so the language would be to make that information available to the property owner, to provide that to the property owner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Myers, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. In addition to the proposed condition, Commissioner Bowles, yours would be added to the proposed condition, so which would make another policy in effect to be added? Is that what you're asking us?
I think it would just be added to the underneath
To the-
that policy 4165, I think is what it is. Or
So
4164.
all will be submitted?
It'll all be submitted together, yes.
Okay. Just want
Okay.
to be clear.
We've got a motion and a second. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Cameron Spada voted no.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have spent a lot of time on this item, and one of the biggest concerns that I got, and I'm assuming most of my other colleagues got, is that a lot of the emails seem to indicate that many people don't understand that there are very serious entitlements that are already already approved on a comp plan to text amendment and zoned. And there are significant more entitlements in the text amendment that they are completely legally allowed to come back in here for and ask for other changes. Many people disagreed with me at first that there was, including people in our own planning commission, that there was not already residential on this site. Recently, one of the planning commissioners involved way back then did recall it and has reaffirmed that now, but there is absolutely an uncapped amount of lodging for researchers and students on this site right now that exists. It is in the current complex text amendment. Mr. Gormley, can you confirm that what I just said is correct about the original 10-4 from 2010?
Yes, confirmed, and that is also currently in the plan development zoning, an allowance for up to 200 units for research personnel housing.
Which does not expend all of their entitlements if they were to come back in and ask for a rezone on top of their current entitlements that are in the comp plan, the text amendment, correct? We have been handed a very sour deal. I was struggling if there's any commissioner up here. Both of the attorneys, and I think at least one of the applicants, heavily funded my opponent. If there was anyone that wanted to be immature and bitter and violate my oath of office and hold that against them, it would be me. But that is not what I'm here to do. Land use is about analyzing and reviewing the codes and laws that are in front of us, including the state laws. This site on the EPA.gov website, you can go and review it. Today was cleared for reuse by the EPA on July the 17th of 2017. They recoded this. It's on the milestones. If you don't want to read the thousands of pages of documents that I've parsed through, it's on one page called the site milestones. You can see that there has been many calls that there was zero remediation done on this site, on even the Superfund site. That is incorrect. You can go read about it. It was done for 10 years remediation on this site. There was 10 years of remediation that was performed on this site until it was cleared, and then they went through every 5-year reviews until recently they have deemed it as safe to the surrounding areas. And it has some institutional controls where if they ever wanted to be deemed, if they ever want to be approved for more than they already are, and I want to be clear about this, the text amendment that was done in 2010 did umbrella cover the Superfund site. However, if they wanted to get permitted for that site, they would have to go through an extensive process, which is not anything that I've heard about being suggested. It would go through several layers. But I want to make sure that everyone hears that there was millions of square feet of entitled industrial that seems to be consistently left out of some of the people's arguments that have been here from the original 2010 and are completely aware of that. Millions of square feet of heavy industrial plus some other energy components, plus housing for researchers and students. And I think that that's a very important variable that has zero controls left in place for us about the environmental issues, zero. As Dr. Davison said earlier, there's some preemptions in place to where local governments are often preempted by the state, and some of those are on the environmental level. However, there is a state radon site on floridahealth.gov, environmental protection /radon. That's like the URL. They have it only required for very specific uses. Sites, care units that are going to be lived in for 24 hours, children's care units, adult care units, schools, all state government facilities all meet this site where they must go through, it's a 100% requirement to go through this required radon testing. And I think that that's very important. Anybody that wants to look it up, it's Florida State Statute 404.056 that sends those requirements. It does not currently require it for residential use. It requires it for those very specific uses. So I have been quite concerned that the Medard Park went through that LIR testing. They had some levels, and I have talked with the applicant, and I've talked with county staff. This isn't typically something that's done in the text amendment that anybody could remember, but I did find that I can do this in a text amendment, which is an opportunity that we have for the citizens right now to leverage them for more protections that you do not have right now on the, again, millions of square feet of heavy industrial that could be put onto this property right now without our approval. They can go through there and start asking for permitting if they meet the requirements of the current text amendment. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to propose 2 additional conditions to the comprehensive plan. You have them in front of me. I will read them briefly so that they are read into the record. These are both going to be amending, or excuse me, adding conditions to policies 4.16 and policies 4.163 and 4.162. The initial addition is that the development and operation of the EIP shall be coordinated with all appropriate federal, state, regional, and local agency regulations, including but not limited to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Environmental Protection, Department of Natural Resources, and Southwest Florida Water Management District. Further, the property owner and/or future developer of the land subject to the Superfund site will continue to cooperate and coordinate with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Environmental Protection, and Hillsborough County, the agencies, in connection with the agency's obligations related to the Superfund site. All restrictions set forth by the agencies at the time of development will be adhered to by the property owners and/or developers. Addition 2, at the time that the zoning is modified to include residential uses, it shall include conditions regarding appropriate environmental testing for the areas proposed for residential uses, considering the former use of much or all of the EIP land as a former phosphate mine. These conditions shall require the developer to coordinate with the appropriate environmental oversight agencies, and that prior to residential development, the developer will, if required by best industry practices and appropriate agency guidance, conduct A, pre-construction radiation sampling to determine if mitigation systems or specialized construction techniques are needed, and, if needed, such systems and/or techniques will be installed prior to issuance of any residential certificates of occupancy, and B, other appropriate environmental assessments which, depending on the results, may require the developer to employ appropriate remediation techniques, engineering controls, and/or institutional controls. That is my motion to add these 2 proposed conditions to the current proposed text amendment.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Wilsel.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Bowles. Commissioner Miller, you're next in the queue. Did you want to speak to this additional conditions?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Whistle, for eloquently explaining many of the points that I was going to touch on. It's unfortunate there's a lot of misinformation out in these communities, and we're sort of, hampered at what we're allowed to share outside of this room. And so I thank you for helping to educate the many. I will be supporting this for a variety of reasons. I think it was mentioned today that, to support the many. We don't have the option to only look out for the many. We're charged to look out for the all, and that includes the owners of these properties.
Commissioner Bowles?
Again, I'd like to reiterate what Commissioner Whistle was getting at with the entitlements, and I think that with these put in place, that we can, between my text changes and his text changes, this provides a whole lot of protections that weren't there, in addition to really streamlining and cutting out some of the garbage that was in there from 2010. Notwithstanding the fact that it will also provide some ability that we can never have one of these sites pop up anywhere else in the county. I think that right there was something that really I wanted to sink my teeth into. But all that being said, I totally support the motions being brought forward by Commissioner Whistle. Thank you.
Okay, please record your vote on the additional conditions.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda voted no.
Right now, can we have a motion to transmit with the conditions that we approved this evening?
I'll make the motion.
Motion, Commissioner Bowles. Do you have a second? Second, Commissioner Myers. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda voted no.
Okay. We'll go to C1. We've already heard the Planning Commission presentation. So is the applicant here?
Good evening, Commissioners. Chris McNeil, McNeil Engineering on behalf of the applicant, 15957 North Florida Avenue in Lutz. This request is, when the EIP was initially formed, it was formed for one development. This request involves making it available for two, or for the provisions for two. Turkey Creek Preserve, who we represent, is comprised of the 10 parcels to the east, and the University Energy Park is the 5 parcels to the west. So this request is simply just providing clarity on that. Let's see. As it was noted in the previous hearing, there are a list of approved uses which include energy, renewable energy, and so forth there in that list, but focused on the 7.3.5 million square feet of industrial, research, manufacturing, warehouse, ancillary commercial office. That's already approved. This is not a request to add residential uses. We're not adding any uses or additional square footage with this request. This was the tables that were pulled from the approved general site plan that was approved in October 12, 2010, and there for your reference. These two slides show the areas that were previously approved and the minor modifications that we're looking to make. There are no improvements or changes to the University Energy Park side. These are all located on the Turkey Creek Park side on the east side, which include the allocation to be able to have office and commercial up to that half mile that was represented by staff earlier, and also a focus on industrial warehouse closer to Turkey Creek. This slide also shows the Superfund site that's been heavily discussed for your reference. This is, again, the Superfund site that was referenced, and the public documentation for that, where it's located, is done in 21 of the last 5 years. So just in summary here, this request is in compliance with the EIP, and staff has found it consistent with the plan. At this point, I would like to hand it over to Cammie for legal.
Good evening, Commissioners. Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward & Henderson, and I do appreciate you accommodating my schedule and allowing me to speak to this item. I think it probably benefited you as well, because we don't have any information about what's going on the Superfund site. We don't have experts. We don't have that Superfund on our site. So I think having the last hearing and hearing all of those issues and having the opportunity to add those conditions in probably makes this decision a little bit easier. We're not adding additional entitlements. The most substantive thing we're doing is what Chris just showed you. We're shifting some uses. Now that we have more information about where the land is developable, we're just switching that, and we're recognizing and providing a mechanism to allow these two owners to allocate the entitlements and the energy requirements. That just something wasn't considered previously. And so we are here to answer any questions, but I would respectfully request your approval.
All right, thank you. We'll go into the public hearing. First three speakers, Penny Martin, virtual, followed by Renee Madison, and then Bruce Ponte. Ms. Martin, are you on the line? Ms. Martin? All right, Renee Madison?
Ms. Martin has left the call.
Okay. Is Ms. Madison here? Please come forward, followed by Bruce Ponte and then George Neiman.
Commissioners, I find myself confused. I will admit, I don't understand what all has been proposed this evening, but what I do know with clarity is that this was a phosphate mine. Those radioactive rocks are brought up from the Bone Valley from 40 to 80 feet down. They are full of uranium, thorium, thallium, radmium, and they exist on the exposed ground right now. There has not been one radionuclide test performed on this property. Mr. Wustel, you had GHD Consulting come out and do testing at Menard Park from the ratings that I actually got. We got a reading of 400 CPM. His consulting company who came out said, yes, a person can be on that land for 3.5 hours a day in the BZ zone, the breathing zone. And it's a small little sentence piece that says, when inside an enclosure, it is not safe for more than 3.5 hours. Now, let me ask you guys, we've almost been here tonight for 3.5 hours. Anything over that, we probably need to leave the building. You don't work for 3.5 hours. You don't live in a home for 3.5 hours. Please make sure radiation testing is done. It is critical.
Thank you, Ms. Madison.
Thank you.
Bruce Ponte. Is Bruce here? Followed by George Neiman, and then Yvette Neiman and Suzanne Watts. Good evening.
Good evening. Bruce Ponte again. Thank you, Commissioner, for showing some courage. So this really doesn't matter anymore, because the one thing that's been consistent is all of you showing that development is more important than safety. Now, Commissioner Bowles and Commissioner Wostel, you did some nice stuff there, adding some changes to the text amendment to ensure us our safety. That's a farce. That's an absolute farce. These developers who sit in the back and mock everybody, being disrespectful to us, while you sit up there looking down on us. I had a nice little speech plan. It doesn't really matter. We know the site is contaminated.
Why do we have to kick it down and wait for the EPA to determine whether it's good or bad? You had the ability to stop it right now, and you didn't. So, where are we? That's about the nutshell. This is what you continue to do, time in and time out, and people in the community stand up. They plead for you to help them, and you refuse. Why? Just remember this one last thing. In a movie, a very famous movie with a couple actors, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one.
Thank you, sir. George Neiman, then Yvette Neiman, Suzanne Watts, and Debbie Hunt. Good evening.
George Neiman, Dover, Florida. I have to go back and tell you guys this report by the engineer says particularly a lot of the debris was dumped, and this is the rock tailing debris was dumped on the Turkey Creek Preserve side, a lot of it. So we've got a problem to start with, but as previous speaker mentioned, you have people that are going to be working in a store, or basically this commercial industrial is anything and everything. It's not very limited. I still think we're making a big mistake, and you could change the plan. My suggestion was going to be, before Commissioner Bowles came up with this revision, my suggestion was going to be to refund the money to these applicants, and since you tell the Planning Commission what kind of plan you want, you could request the Planning Commission to review the whole matter and see whether the land is usable and could possibly function. That's something you could do. If Melissa Zornita, and I guess Melissa Leinhardt is sitting in her place, you could say to her, we're not going to approve anything. We're going to refund the money and go back and see if it's possible to come up with a plan. So I don't know whether you could still do that. I guess you already did the approval, which it sounded good at first, but if they're going to do the testing, the applicant, I am not comfortable with them doing the testing.
Thank you, Mr. Neiman. Yvette Neiman, and then Suzanne Watts, Debbie Hunt. Good evening.
Well, I don't have much else to say that hasn't been said already. I'm very disappointed. I don't think the decision was correct on the previous amendment. We still have all the issues on this one. We're all going to be poisoned. We live right on that mine, right by that mine. It's dangerous. We've submitted ad nauseum, all the reasons why. We've done our own testing. We've brought in professionals. Everything has been done that we can do. I can't think of anything else. And still, our voices were not heard.
Suzanne Watts, followed by Debbie Hunt, Melissa Gines, and then Debbie Holliday. Good evening.
Quite a night. I'll be super quick. I'm Susie Watts, and I really think it goes down to they got what they bought in 2010 with those covenants. That's what they got. Now they don't. It's not meeting their needs, so perhaps they should sell it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Debbie Hunt, followed by Melissa Gines, who's virtually, Debbie Holliday, and then Josephine Amato.
I second what everybody else has been saying. Very disappointed in the outcome. Bought property adjacent to this, knowing what was going to go there, and did not expect there to be a change. I fully expected that when that much time and effort had been spent by the local residents working with the person who owned the property to come up with a plan, that plan would be followed and not turn it upside down and all of a sudden add 1,200 homes into an area that I appreciate the traffic study that was done in 2024, but they didn't do it at the right time. If they say they have to go in and they have to adjust for seasonal numbers, They need to do it during the times that we're telling them that that traffic is abominable. You have so many schools right back to back to back along the Durant corridor, and you already have development after development after development that has gone in. So I would suggest that their study needs to be updated, and I would suggest that this needs to be seriously considered as not a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a Melissa that's virtual?
She's no longer on the line, sir.
Okay. Debbie Holliday. Is Debbie here? Please come forward. Followed by Christopher McNeil, Josephine Amato, and Loretta Reno are all virtual.
Okay, I admit I'm a little bit confused about how this meeting has been structured tonight. It's been kind of confusing. Do we talk about 2315 and 2406 together? Are we talking about them separately? I heard all of it. I kind of figured it out. The risk of all of this sounds like you still want them to build. And there was one condition I was concerned about with 2315, and that is that they would be allowed to build the energy plant. They didn't care about whether that was built first or not, and that they could build that with whatever else they wanted to do. And I'm very opposed to them building that without having the restriction about them having to build it first. So I also didn't hear a word about considering the radon gas or the traffic. You still passed it. Nothing about that, and we were very congested on the roads out there. So I think that's about it. If you don't make them follow the energy first rule, you won't see the real renewable energy either they were thinking of when they made this land an EIP piece of land. And I'm not talking about the solar panels on top of the buildings or the homes. I just have a really hard time believing, too, that after 15 years, they haven't been able to build at least solar farms on the property. They have them on the roads nearby, like Sydney-Dover Road and County Line that's not far from this site. And they were built within the last 15 years. I think I know why, though. I think it's greed. One more thing that really pertains to the 2406 traffic that I'm just going to go ahead and mention. Your own Jay Collins was a witness to the traffic issues in our area. He experienced it when he came out to talk about the Valrico community plan. Didn't have a pleasant experience, I heard. Sat in the traffic for a very, very, very long time and said, I don't know if I can figure out a way to come back here in this traffic again. So just FYI.
Thank you, ma'am. Next 5 speakers are virtual. Is Christopher McNeil on the line?
Chris is not on the line.
Okay, Josephine.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. I'll make this short. And specifically, speaking to this property, what is not clear in my communication is the deed is a land use restriction deed. It is not just, they're asking for a land use text amendment that goes around the land use restrictions of the deed. And that's not a zoning conversation, that's a now in the text conversation. And the land use restriction in the deed is for the folios of the properties of all of it, and it's for the groundwater. So the groundwater is right there as soon as you start digging. It's not just for the well. And that's why I sent all the commissioners the actual deed so they can see the agreement that's in the covenant. And that's my greatest concern, that we're having a conversation without the third party who is a holder of the deed and not filing with this and not filing the text amendments about, and no one's talking about the groundwater. So for any construction. So they may have permission to do whatever building, but they needed to have approval from the EVA and they needed it deed restricted. So it's like someone doing something about your house without you being present. Someone else is on the deed. And so that's my greatest concern. But I really appreciate your time, and I know it's getting late. Thank you very much.
And what was your name, ma'am? All right.
She just hung up, sir. That was
Loretta Reno or James Reno, either one of you on the line?
Yes.
Please state your name, ma'am.
Sorry, Loretta Rijo.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Loretta Rijo. I was verified to speak, but did not have the opportunity on the floor earlier. So I just wanted to make mention that I am a current resident that's 3.7 miles away from this site. So the comment that was made earlier about being 1 mile away from the site means that it's safe is an untrue comment. We bought this home 3 weeks ago and had the radon levels tested. Dangerous levels are at 4 PCI, and we were reading in at 100. A very lethal and dangerous level of radon for our family. We've spent almost $5,000 mitigating that. There was already a system in place when we bought this home, and it was not doing anything to bring our radon levels down. We were told that we needed to live with our windows open for several weeks until the mitigator could come back and install additional systems. So we currently have 2 systems in the home, and not sure the radon levels are at a safe level yet. They were still doubled after the second system was put in. So it does distance, a mile from the site is not making a difference. 3.7, and we are still in the danger zone. I am utterly disheartened and hopeful that the minds and hearts and consciousness somehow come into play, and at least some mitigation or some accountability is put into place if they do develop this land.
Thank you. Is James Rijo on the line?
James is not on the line.
All right. Brady Harris. Is Brady on the line?
Brady's not on the line either.
Okay. Josie Gentry. Is Josie here? Joshua McDuffie. Dr. James Davison. Jim Warshuk. Followed by Pete Floyd and Derek Morton.
Just real quick, really utterly disgusted in this. And Josh, language doesn't fix anything. And the same thing to Chris. You can change all the language, you can add amendments, you can do anything. It doesn't change the situation. The soil's still polluted, the contaminants are there, the toxins are there. I live across the street in Durant Trails. We have a irrigation system well. They warned us because they still test the water, and they just put a new well in a few years ago, and they told us it's already contaminated. So the stuff is spreading all the way across Durant Road. Nobody's going to fix that. You go out there, you can smell the water. You can, I'm surprised it doesn't burn or kill the grass, but the contaminants are in there. Come on, seriously, do your job as stewards of the citizenship and the voters, and not the developers and the applicants and the builders. Come on, stop this nonsense. This has got to end. I appreciate Donna for your effort on this, but we got to do better than this.
Pete Floyd. Pete here. Derek Morton next, and Jason Norris. Good evening.
Hello again. My name is Pete Floyd. I just have to echo the comments that we've already heard. It was disappointing. I know you tried to do best by putting additional restrictions, but the residential part should have been totally denied. It has no place in this area, especially with all the environmental concerns that we've heard. That's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Derek Morton, Jason Norris, Peyton Snow, Angela Johnson, followed by the Lang family, if they're still here. Good evening.
Hello again, Commissioners. My name is Angela Johnson. I am a 4th generation East Hillsborough County resident, and my property backs directly up to this. I just want to begin by asking a critical question regarding the responsibility for the mitigation of this site. Since the county has taken on the responsibility for overseeing the existing mitigation efforts, as Mr. Moran was hesitant, didn't want to say forever, because that was a long time, If additional testing reveals the need for remediation across many of the 3,000 acres, will the county and ultimately the taxpayers then bear the cost of cleaning up this property? If remediation is necessary, will taxpayer funds be used to address contamination issues for the benefit of private property owners and their potential profits? This raises significant concerns about the proprietary and long-term impact on this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Lang, Joe here, Carrie Lang, Melanie Lang, Ashley Lang. If not, William Ballers, Lisa Ledbetter, Tony Wiley, Victoria Hunt. Would anyone else like to speak to this item? All right, applicant has an opportunity for rebuttal.
Cami Corbett again with Hill Ward Henderson. I didn't hear anything in the comments that spoke to the particular conditions that you're asked to consider this evening. I didn't hear anyone object to allowing us to allocate the land use and the energy uses between the parties. I didn't hear any objection to the moving of the locations of the existing entitlements. There was one comment regarding us asking to have uses prior to the energy use. We did originally have that as part of this request, but one of the things we did when we revised it was we removed that requirement. So we're no longer requesting that. So again, asking for very simple, straightforward modifications to our existing entitlement and not asking for anything new. And I'm here to answer any questions and respectfully request your approval.
All right, thank you. Going to board discussion. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, legal counsel, for sort of simplifying it for us, because I think, again, there's so much misinformation and there is some confusion around the two separate parcels. And so many of our speakers today seem to be crossing over. On this particular request, there's not even residential on here for their request. When people are passionate, and I'm super drawn to the passion that you all are bringing tonight on this issue, and I love people being active in their community. And so I'm grateful that you all are here and we are listening to you. And you did vote us in to make the best decisions for you all. We have to, you're not hearing what Commissioner Whistle very eloquently, I know I could not have said it as well as him. There are already entitlements long before most of us were serving on this board. Those were decisions made. We have to, I promise you, we have labored over this decision. Today is my daughter's 11th birthday, and I have not seen her today because this decision was that important. And we have worked and given, and you have elected us to make these tough decisions. And all we're doing today is saying we're going to move this forward with the provisions that were actually added to this evening are going to involve every agency. It has an opportunity to come back for us to spend even more time to make the best decision for all of the residents of Hillsborough County. I am going to be supporting to move it to the next level this evening, and because I want to be able to hear from all of the state agencies.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, which was my next point. We're not approving anything, and a good question was asked. If they go through that and they fail these tests, they don't get permitted. Isn't that correct, Mr. Gormley?
Yes, that's correct. That's the effect of the amendments.
They don't get permitted. That's what happens, and this could go up to some of the items before that were less talked about tonight. Those were coming back from the state agencies. They had some pretty mild things, saying that making sure that we're considering certain impacts to our water. That's all we're doing tonight, is we're sending it to the state agencies for them to review. For all that we know, they go back through DEP, whom has received a letter from 1992. You can go and read it on the floridahealth.gov website. I've read it. It's long and boring. I don't recommend it. And it's about this site, and it's about the remediation efforts that were being talked about, and reporters ensuring that the instrumentation and technology that they were using then was going to be adequate to address the plume levels, which was talked about a lot tonight. This is all in that that hand-scanned letter. The envelope is the first page of this long document. All we're doing tonight is sending it back to these agencies. They're going to review it. This plan specifically is just them shifting things around. We talk about wanting to keep agriculture here, This land is one of our biggest cattle farmers, and the more that we can do things that make it attractive for Hillsborough County's agriculture to stay in Hillsborough County, the less they will be incentivized to sell their land and continue to move out of Hillsborough County, which is what's been happening for the past 2 decades. And this is not the approval, but the one lady whom I regret, I can't remember all of your names tonight, you're right. If they fail these tests, then they don't get permitted. That is exactly what would happen. Not one vote since I've been here in 2 years has been a vote to subsidize a developer that I can recall, not one. In fact, we've raised fees on them, and I think that there's another one that's coming. And as far as the study goes on the mobility, it being redone, all of that gets handled after the fact anyways. And if they don't do this for 10 years, then when they decide to do that in 10 years, then they'll be paying the new increased impact fees, which are most certainly going to be in place, because a thing that this board did right before I got here, I can't even take credit for it, is that they required the county administrator to have, I think it's every 3 years now, to go in and analyze these impact fees and increase them correctly and proportionately, which had not been done in decades. They had been charging low flat rate fees to developers. So all this is going to the state for their agencies to go through and review. The biggest concern that I have that has still been repeated after the pretty heavy-handed protocols that me and Commissioner Bowles put forward is the disturbance of the dirt and what that might do. Well, this disturbance of the dirt could happen already. And I don't think that that has been heard very clear. You cannot take these entitled property rights. My very first land use hearing, Commissioner Cepeda, you might remember it, was us getting back an item that the commissioners had inappropriately, it was a much different board at that time, had inappropriately voted no. It was very clear that they should not have voted no. So that attorney took it straight to the actual judges and legal bodies, and they sued and they won and they got all of their entitlements, and we were just getting back the court order to push through development. And so these things are not just us, we're not kings of the land. We are not kings of the land. We're following the proper protocols that are in place, and we've put in some pretty serious things for radon testing and mitigation on these residential sites. That is only a possibility. The economy might collapse again, God forbid, and then you might be here 15 years from now for all that we know. So I will be supporting the item tonight.
All right, can we have a motion to transmit CPA 23-15?
Move for approval.
Motion,
Second.
Commissioner Myers, second, Commissioner Miller. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda voted no.
All right, next item.
Yes, sir. The next item is actually mine as well. Jay's going to share. He's going to move the slides for me again. I'll go ahead and get started. Melissa
Please.
Leinhard, Planning Commission staff, presenting for you HCCPA 24-32, which is the Planned Environmental Community Policy 47.18. Thanks, Jay. This is a privately initiated text amendment that applies to approximately 1,954 acres of land that is west of US Highway 301, just south of the Pasco County border. This is a text amendment to future land use element to the future land use element. It would remove policy 47.18 under objective 47. Next slide, please. This item is part of the October cycle of plan amendments. While this is a text amendment, the text applies to one geographical area of the county. The planned environmental community 1/2 future land use category, again, is located toward the northern portion of the unincorporated Hillsborough County limits. The planned environmental community future land use category is located in the rural area, and it is not located within the limits of a community plan. Next slide, please. This category and the text was proposed in 2005 through a privately initiated text amendment process. The effect of the new category was an increase in density on properties in the rural area served by public water and wastewater in exchange for environmental protection enhancements. Next slide, please. As far as the impacts are concerned, adopted policy 47.18 outlines that planned developments in this category must provide for public access to portions of a regional resource. The requirement does not mandate a trail access to all portions of the resource. And if the public policy prohibits public entry, access shall be limited to viewing areas. Viewing access, I am so sorry. A regional resource is defined as a large, which is minimum of 1,000 acres, environmentally significant and verified publicly owned park, natural resource area, and examples that are used in the definition section are ELAP lands, rivers, streams, bays, and lakes. The proposed text amendment includes the deletion of the policy in its entirety, and the applicant is citing safety concerns from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Next slide, please. This amendment was transmitted to the reviewing agencies. There were no objections received. However, there were some comments received from 2 Hillsborough County departments that I'll go through. The Community and Infrastructure Planning Department encouraged the applicant to explore other options to connect to a regional resource where feasible. Their comments said that that may include connections to an existing park entry point or trail connectivity element within a planned development. And they also noted that because the State Park Department objected to the connection, removal of the policy is not opposed. And then Office of Emergency Management revised their comments to say they had none. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission has found the proposed text amendment consistent. Within the rec and open space section, there are policy directions promoting access to regional resources such as parks and natural areas. However, there are also many policies in these sections of the plan that emphasize the importance of public safety. Within the environmental and sustainability section, policy direction talks about avoiding impacts to natural resources. Specifically 3.7.5, that policy calls for minimization of impacts on open spaces, floodplains, and environmental resources. Objective 5.2 emphasizes the importance of preserving and restoring natural vegetation and wildlife habitats along rivers and primary tributaries. These policies speak to the importance of preserving natural spaces and avoiding impacts on environmental features. Policy 6.8.2 of the Environmental and Sustainability section also addresses the upper Hillsborough River corridor by outlining that recreational facilities in this area must be designed to minimize impacts upon wildlife habitat by encouraging less disruptive passive pursuits, such as hiking, nature studies, fishing, and canoeing. It further states that buildings may not be constructed within 500 feet of the river's wetlands. These policies speak to the importance of preserving environmental lands generally, and also how valuable specifically the upper Hillsborough River corridor is to the community at large. The Office of Park Planning within the Florida Department of Environmental Protection did submit a letter provided by the applicant dated July 11th, 2024, which was included in your backup this evening, that outlines their support for deleting this requirement from the comprehensive plan, citing the following. The Division of Recreation and Parks is in support of deleting this proposal from the county comprehensive plan. Development of an overlook in this location would impact the unbroken floodplain forest that currently provides significant ecological, aesthetic, and auditory buffering to the Hillsborough River State Park. Proximity of the proposed overlook to U.S. Highway 301's bridge also poses concern over unregulated access to Hillsborough River State Park located along the south bank of the river. Safe and regulated public viewing access is already provided along a half-mile section of the Hillsborough River within the boundaries of the state park, satisfying the need for interpretive and recreational access. Additional viewing points along the north side of the river near Highway 301 are not recommended. End quote. With the Office of Park Planning citing their concern in writing, it can be surmised that avoidance of impacts and the focus on public safety in this location takes precedence over the public access. Based upon that policy direction that I mentioned, the implementation of future land use element policy 47.18 would not be in the overall interest of the county, nor would it further the policies of the plan when considered from a holistic and comprehensive perspective. Next slide, please. Therefore, Planning Commission recommends that the proposed text amendment HCCPA 24-32 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm here for questions. Thank you.
The applicant come forward.
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson. Again, this one should be the easiest decision of the night. We were simply moving forward to develop our site, and we were moving to implementation, and the Parks Department was asking us why we were proposing this, and we had to explain that it was a requirement not only of our zoning, but also of this comp plan policy. And so we gladly offered that we would go ahead and initiate this plan amendment, ask you all to remove it, and then you're going to see a subsequent amendment to the PD to also remove that condition. But otherwise, I'm here to answer any questions should you have any.
All right, Josephine Amato had signed up to speak virtually. Is Josephine still on the line?
Sure. I'm hanging in there with you. So I just wanted to comment very quickly, since developers are really concentrating on where we live in part of the county, East and South County. And for this specific thing, we lived in a planned community attached to Lithia Springs, and we have walking paths attached to Lithia Springs, and we've had that for years. And other communities that are intertwined with ELAPS and Hillsborough resources find other ways without changing the requirement to decrease access of Floridians in the actual land use. And so that's my primary concern. Like, we should be very, very careful when we change the language that would impact other sites, to deter Floridians to access public land. And I think that there's other remedies, like our community came up with and other communities come up with, that provide for safety of the entire community, but still maintain access. And that's my only comment. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak this item? I'll go into board discussion. Commissioner Wilstel.
I just wanted to say it seems like a lot for one paragraph, and I'll move for approval.
Second. Motion transmitted by Commissioner Wilsel. Second, Commissioner Miller. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
All right, next two items.
So, Commissioner, your next two items are C4 and C5. They are HCPA 35 and 36, bringing them up right now. These are an expansion of the urban service boundary. Oh, this thing goes. Where does it go? Where'd it go? Thank you. So, expansion of the urban service boundary, basically for 2435, this is Balm Road East Urban Service Area Expansion, and then along with that is the map amendment, which is 2436. This is privately initiated, the text amendment. It's about 370 acres that we have to be brought into the urban service boundary. This shows you a context between the east side and the west side. Balm Road is basically in between, running north and south. This is the same owner and the same applicant for both of these. These are currently residential Plan 2, and they basically, both of them have planned developments on them. They're actively building out there as we speak. So this is us zoomed out. You're about 2 miles from the existing urban service area, and there's a reason to show you this, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, but you're about 2 miles from the existing urban service area. One thing to note with this is that this is within the board-directed area to expand the urban service boundary. This is residential Plan 2 that we have out in the rural area. So again, the impact of that 370 acres, bring it into the urban service area at a minimum connection for public water and for sewer. Some of the agency comments, it's the same on all 4 of these amendments, what we received from potable water and wastewater for the area, as well as for schools for current and future capacity issues out there, as well as community infrastructure planning, talk about some of the transportation issues that we have out there for 672, for Balm Road in this area. So this gets into some of the consistency. And I'm going to go through this just once, even though we say this 4 times, but we'll just talk about it the one time. The report for all 4 of these basically sets up a framework that talks about the fact that you have an existing comprehensive plan at the time of application, and then you have a newly effective comprehensive plan that we have now, and also at the time that the Planning Commission held their public hearing. So at that public hearing, the Planning Commission picked up on some of that work that was in the report and actually looked and said, yes, we see this as being consistent. We see this as being consistent with the new plan, the plan that is effective now. And specifically, they used policy 1.1.9, and I do want to read off, adjacent or contiguous to the established USA, or if not contiguous, there is a unique circumstance warranting the separation, such as but not limited to by environmental lands. The unique circumstance in this is you. The unique circumstance being that the Board of County Commissioners instructed staff March of 2024 to actually expand the urban service boundary. At that time, we'll be back March of next month to actually have that conversation with you in a transmittal hearing. But in the interim, there were a variety of private amendments that moved faster than we did with the public amendment. And with that, for 2435, it finds it consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Now, if it pleases the chair, I'll go into the land use amendment for unincorporated Hillsborough County's map amendment 2436. Again, this is privately initiated, same acreage of 370, residential plan 2 to residential 4. Again, that is what the the public amendments are for the area. Basically, general location of where we are currently in the rural area. We're in the Balm Community Plan. We're in the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. Again, just an aerial of the site. This is the future land use of the site, showing you the residential plan 2. This also shows you in context of how far to the east we are with the residential plan 2. There's only a couple of other additional lots further to the east. And then you end up in agricultural rural 1 to 5. You'll also see to the south, the bluish purple that you see there is Waimama Village Residential 2, also subject to some private and public amendments, and there's also natural preservation in this area. If the amendment were to be transmitted and adopted eventually, this shows the residential 4 on the site. This just shows, again, some of the impacts. Currently, the residential plan 2 would allow for up to 738 dwelling units. It would effectively double the density. The commercial intensity would go down or stay a little bit about the same. Again, with residential plan 2, it does allow for some additional commercial consideration that you don't get with residential 4 due to the planned village type. A little bit about the sites. Here we are on the subject site looking north. That's a brand new light that's actually been put in to 672 and Balm Road. Here we are looking subject south. Here we are, subject south looking southwest. You can see the dump trucks and other trucks that are out there doing some work on the site. And this is on Balm Road looking south. The subject site is on the left. On the right-hand side, that is not in the amendment, but the amendment for the other amendment would be directly behind that, again, showing you the context of how close they are. For those agency comments, same as we had with the other ones, again, with some wetlands and surface water that we have on this site. Also with the school capacity, the transportation that we talked about earlier, and also the utilities administration with water and wastewater for the site. And again, there is wastewater already and potable water already at that site. Same consistency review that we talked about earlier. And with that, the recommendation from the Planning Commission is that the proposed map amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives, policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. This concludes the presentation for 35 and 36.
Thank you, sir. Applicant, come forward.
Good evening, Isabel Albert with HAP, assisting with this application. I do have a presentation for you.
That's the one you just did.
I had the number. Thank you. As Mr. Collin said, this area is the site where we're requesting for the expansion of the urban service area. And as you'll see, it is within the area that the county is actually currently going through the amendment. And therefore, we just started ahead of them, but we are exactly in the location where they're proposing it. We also talked about the utilities, just to show that there is currently utilities. These are existing plan developments with existing entitlements and is under development, and we do have some utilities in place. It's a bit of zoom in, but it's still difficult to see, but it's just to show that these are the construction plans where the utility lines are. These are the surrounding plan developments you'll see over here. This is our site, and this is our preserve area with the plan development around us. We do have the existing road networks that came in with our development. We have the Parks and Recreation also surrounded our site, as well as existing schools, and lastly, the fire stations that are in the area. And the reason why I point all of this is because the new policy 1.1.9 does request all of this to be in place, as well as when we're talking about being adjacent or having unique circumstances. One of the unique circumstances is that not only the board requested for this expansion, but also these are existing plan developments with entitlements and utilities. Hence the reason why we're asking for these expansion. There's other supporting policies with the urban service area, as well as livable community element in the South Shore area wide. And this concludes my presentation. And Ms. Cami Corbat will follow up. Thank you.
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson. And Ms. Albert just hit on the unique circumstances that we presented to the board to satisfy this policy. The reason why you had an adjacency policy was you didn't want to have utilities just being run randomly, to one development outside the urban service boundary. And here, the unique circumstances are, these are existing approved subdivisions. There are roadway improvements out there. There are utilities out there. And we are a little bit ahead. And the reason why we're a little bit ahead here is these are existing active subdivisions that are under development. And so the opportunity to take advantage of the additional units is, the window is smaller. So we're a little bit ahead, but we are consistent with the board direction. We're here to answer any questions should you have any.
All right, thank you. We'll go into the public hearing. Ms. Amato, would you also like to speak to this item?
South County, I've seen, hello, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
As a constituent here in East and South County, I have seen when this land is leveled. I have seen that this road is completely not built for the capacity of homes that have been approved. The expansion of the urban service area was just recent. These parcels have been under construction for a very long time. And so when they had it rezoned, and then we had the meetings to have it as RS2, they knew that the cost of those facilities was on them. And now at the last minute, because it has been approved, whether we were speaking about it or not for the last year, it doesn't mean that the taxpayer takes on that cost. That's one. The second thing is there's this misnomer as if raising density doesn't change the culture and consistency in our community. I live here. My children go to FFA. We showed at the Strawberry Festival. I wear my hunter boots, my kids ride. This is rural. Waimoma was rural. Because we expand the urban service area does not mean that we turn it into Brandon. This is a rural community, and we had public meetings to pick what the land use was. And everyone in those future planning meetings, everyone from East and South County wanted to keep density at the size that it is. They can build, but they do not have to build at double the density. When the school is completely full and our roads are completely congested. And consistency doesn't just mean, oh, right next door, there's a planned community. We can do that all day long until there's no agricultural land left. Because, yeah, right next door.
Thank you, Ms. Motto. Appreciate your
building
comments.
something.
Would anyone else like to
Thank
speak to this item?
Good morning, night. Buddy Harrell, Balm Civic Association. I ask that you find this inconsistent. I'd just like to point out the Balm Grove, we might not even be here because of this development, because when we fought this back in 2019, ZHM, we fell victim to the oral arguments records, and 12 of us showed up down here to the land hearing use and found out that it was already approved. So I know that's back yonder, but I just wanted to bring that up. Our Dark Skies initiative, we have in our community plan, so we want to keep it rural, light. So we got family and friends coming out to our houses so we can see the space shuttle, space station going over and the stars and stuff. Open spaces, one house per 5 or 10 acres. We have barns bigger than the 4,000 square foot lots they're putting this crap on. All of them been here, and also want to remind the board that there is at least 2 lawsuits brought up for the Ag Mart and for the McGrady Road that the previous commission denied. It was taken to court, and judge upheld the ruling, saying it was inconsistent with the surrounding areas. The nearest housing was over a mile away, and he stated about the rural areas, about our Dark Skies initiatives, and that's it for right now, and I'll be back for the other 3. I just hope you put this broadly over the next 3. It's going to be this, different things, but the same thing.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Can I get a clarification first? Are we talking about both of these or
Yes,
just
sir.
one of these?
Both of them.
Both of them? So I get 4 minutes.
No, sir. but I like the effort.
All right, my name's Bill O'Brien. I live in Balm. I've lived in Balm for 70 years, all my life. I've fought with this commission for 45 years of those 70 years trying to help plan and foster good government and good planning. I've not been very successful, I'll have to admit, but I'm not going to quit trying. Anyway, Balm's not ready for this expansion, for this urban expansion. Balm is a rural community. This project or this expansion plan is inconsistent with the Balm Community Plan, which we drafted years ago, and it has a lot of common sense in it. The area is not ready. What does ready mean? Ready means that transportation systems are inadequate and they're not in place to support further development within the region. Infrastructure for water and sewer are not in place. Schools to support these developments is not in place and are not planned to be in place. Support services such as fire, police, and even going down and getting your tag. You cannot get it in this area. It's not in place. Those services are not there. This is not ready for this development project, proposed development increase to occur. If you go back, and if I had time, I could probably scholar or teach some of you on some of the policies and procedures within the comprehensive plan and the land development code. There is a lot of what is going on as far as this expansion that is outside of the confines or the abilities within the comprehensive plan.
Appreciate your comments. Next speaker.
And I'll take my other 2 minutes.
Next speaker.
Not interested, right?
No, sir. But thank you. Next.
My name's Jamie Franklin. I've been a proud resident of Balm since 1985. It was a beautiful place to move to, Betty. Cows, horses, orange groves all over. But it's going downhill every year. About 5 years ago, we had 2,800 homes kicked out. The commissioners went with us that time. Seems like nobody wants to go with us now but one lady. Here's how bad it's got. I'm over it. I've sold my property. I'm moving to Lithia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Applicant has the opportunity for rebuttal.
Cami Corbett, the only comment that I'll make is we will be paying mobility fees and impact fees at the time that the property actually develops, so I just wanted to put that on the record.
All right. Can we have a motion to transmit CPA for 2435?
Move for approval.
Motion, Commissioner Meyer, second Commissioner Wostel. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda.
Yes, thank you. I just do not agree with doubling this from a Res 2 to a Residential 4. And as we can see, one of the pictures you all saw there, the roads look narrow, and I believe it's just too much for the community right now. Thank you.
All right, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda voted no.
All right, can we have a motion to transmit HC CPA 24-36?
Move to transmit.
Motion, Commissioner Cohen, second Commissioner Wostel. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda voted no.
All right, last two items.
Last two items, again, Jay Collins with the Planning Commission. This is 2437 and 2438. This is also an urban expansion area and a corresponding map amendment with it. It's pretty much a carbon copy of the other presentation, so I'll be brief. Privately initiated, 272.3 acres, expansion of the urban service boundary, and again, it is associated with 2438. Same thing that you saw before, again, showing you context between the two sites. Same thing again, showing you its relation to where it is currently for the urban service boundary. And so again, the amendment would bring those 272.3 acres into the urban service area, requiring at a minimum connection to water and sewer. Agency comments, same as before, having conversations with potable water and wastewater, the school district, as well as some of the transportation along in the area. Again, the same consistency review. Again, this is within the board-directed expansion of the urban service boundary area. And with that, the recommendations, Planning Commission recommends that the proposed text amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of unincorporated Hillsborough County's comprehensive plan. If it pleases the chair, I'll move on to the next one, which again is the map amendment, HCCPA 2438. Again, this is privately initiated, those 272 acres to match up with the expansion. It is currently residential plan 2, going to residential 4. That is the same land use instructed by the board in the public amendments. Where are we? Again, we're in the rural area. We're in the Balm community plan and the South Shore area-wide systems plan. Shows you again an aerial. Currently, this shows you in the blacked out area over there, the residential plan 2. To the south, you have Waimama Village Residential 2. There's some natural preservation south into the west. And further afield, you go into agricultural rural 1 to 5. This is showing the residential 4 on the site if it were to be adopted. Existing again on this site, 544 dwelling units. Again, there is an active construction on this. They already have water and sewer. They're already building homes on this particular site. Double that density to just over 1,000 dwelling units. And again, we talked a little bit about the commercial, how it can actually go down slightly on this site. This is looking south of the site from Balm Road. This is the subject site looking southeast. You can see some of the homes that are being built out there on the site. On the subject site looking southwest. Again, on the subject site looking northwest. Same thing with the agency comments, again, with some of the issues with wetlands and surface water, as we showed you with that photo. The school concurrency issues that we have, both current and future capacity. Again, with transportation issues that we have for Balm Road or 672. And then again, for the utilities department, talking about potable water and wastewater for the area. Same thing again that we talked about with the consistency review that we discussed in the First Amendment. And with that, the recommendations, the Planning Commission recommends that the proposed map amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. I thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Applicant, come forward.
Cami Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson. I don't think it's necessary to make a separate presentation for this amendment. The issues are identical to the last one. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. We'll go into the public hearing now. Ms. Amato, you're up.
Hi, good evening. Commissioners, what I asked you to look at is the consistency in the unincorporated plan, especially in South and what Waimoma is not for Res 4, it was for Res 2. And if you continue to approve an increase in density beyond what was in the conversations with the community, then you are going to change what is Old Florida. Your Floridians who have been here for generations and generations. And there is a culture and there is some overlap that we should be protecting when we do the density. As far as the public schools are concerned, there is absolutely no capacity. The last high school to open is still at 134% over capacity. There isn't capacity at the elementary school. The roadway is also over capacity. So there's no reason to increase the density. And that is my primary concern, because if you continue to increase the density in the urban service area, you're going to change the entire community. And that is a cultural impact on our entire county. So I beg of you to consider leaving it at Res 2. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Can we get some old people lift chairs in here? Buddy Harwell again. All I've been hearing about the county and the Tampa Bay water is we got infrastructure coming to supply us with water. Can you guarantee we're going to have water? No. What happens then? Are the counties going to get in a bidding war? We need to put some type of cap, or at least a 30% reserve for future droughts and for the citizens. We need to provide it for the citizens now, worry about the citizens later. We just came out of a year-and-a-half drought with water restrictions before the hurricane. What happens when we end up like California? Don't California, Hillsborough County. No fire stations, no law enforcement, the same old, same old. Commissioner Myers, your last town hall, what did citizens gripe about? Roads, firehouses, first responders, Heartline. This is a study that y'all did a ways back. Do you believe sprawl is an issue? 72% yes, as far as homeowners, 57% of renters. Please indicate if you disagree with the following statements. Infrastructure services has generally been kept up with. 65% no. You haven't kept up with infrastructure in the last 30 years, and you keep talking about mobility fees. Why should we believe you now? And we keep hearing, let us move to urban service area and we're going to fix the roads. You haven't fixed them inside this urban service area in the last 20 or 30 years. So then again, why should we believe you? Do you feel that there are deficiencies in the roads compared to how the county has grown? 89%. Do you feel the deficiencies with the police? 71%. 71% for fire stations too.
Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good evening. Are you guys any better than you were the last time I was here? Bill O'Brien, within your existing urban service area, there's over 70,000 acres that's developable, either developable or redevelopable. The transportation system, other infrastructure and support services that currently exist within that service area is poor at its best. It's our opinion that Hillsborough County should focus on improving what they currently have instead of focusing on expanding the urban service area. Land use element, flu compatibility. New developments should recognize the existing community and be designed in a way that is compatible as defined with the established character of the surrounding neighborhood. These developments, high density is not compatible with Balm. I've lived there all my life. Take a look at the picture. The picture shows this development in the middle of the woods. No, stop increasing density in the rural areas. Focus on what you currently have in the existing urban service area and quit expanding into my house, my home, destroying my quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Franklin. How can they add another 700 homes, existing infrastructure? Did they size up the first time illegal?
All right, does the applicant need a rebuttal? Okay, Commissioner Wostel.
I just wanted to clarify on, I know that we've recently received a briefing, and Mr. Gormley, no one would be permitted for any of the utilities if it was determined that there was inadequate service to provide to those units. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have a concurrency test at the permitting stage where adequate water and wastewater capacity needs to be available for a project to be permitted.
Yeah, and we are heavy on our reserves at Tampa Bay Water and working on an additional unit. I know we've covered that before, but I wanted to double clarify that on any new units.
All right, can we have a motion to transmit HC CPA 2437?
Move for approval.
Motion, Commissioner Myers.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Cohen. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda voted no.
Then can we have a motion to transmit HC CPA 24-38?
Move for approval.
Motion,
Second.
Commissioner Myers. Second, Commissioner Wostel. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda voted no.
All right, lastly, need a motion to approve a resolution for the amendments that we transmitted this evening.
Move to transmit.
Second.
Motion, Commissioner Cohen. Second, Commissioner Wostel. On the resolution, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, with that, we're adjourned.